Public notice of this meeting pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act has been given by the Board Secretary on February 2nd, 2022 in the following manner. Posted notice on the school bulletin board at the Administration Building, transmitted to the Courier Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and the Clerk of Cherry Hill Township. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Turn it over to Ms. Sugars for roll call.
Mrs. Arroyo,
Here.
Mrs. Stratton,
Here.
Mrs. Fleischer,
Here.
Ms. Friedel,
Here.
Dr. Rude,
Here.
Ms. Stern,
Here.
Mrs. Tong,
Here.
Mr. Avadia.
Here. Okay. So, Mr. Green, we're going to ask you to, no? Sorry?
So consent 5.2, action, you're going to move the consent to approve under 5.1, which is Joel's appointment.
All right, we are going to start with 5.2, action to consent to approve item 5.1, where we will become a fully seated board, hopefully in a few minutes. Do I have a second? We'll take Ms. Stern as a second. And all in favor? Say aye. Aye. All right, motion carries. Any opposed? Or any abstentions on this item? All right, motion carries and we're good to go. Great, exciting time. Mr. Green, take it away.
Repeat after me. You can affirm if you prefer not to swear. I, Joel Mayor,
I, Joel Mayor,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments
and to the governments
established in the United States
established in the United States
and this state
and this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I, Joel Mayor,
I, Joel Mayor,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
that I possess the qualifications
prescribed by law
prescribed by law
for the office of member
for the office of member
of the Cherry Hill Board of Education,
of the Cherry Hill Board of Education,
am not disqualified
am not disqualified
as a voter
as a voter
pursuant to
pursuant to
RS
RS
19:4-1,
19:4-1,
am not disqualified
am not disqualified
due to conviction of a crime or offense
due to conviction of a crime or offense
listed in
listed in
NJSA
NJSA
18A:12-1,
18A:12-1,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties of that office
perform all the duties of that office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Mrs. Sugars once again to do a new roll call.
Mrs. Arroyo,
Here.
Mrs. Stratton. Here. Mrs. Fleischer,
Here.
Ms. Friedel,
Here.
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Rude,
Here.
Mrs. Stern,
Here.
Mrs. Tong,
Here.
Mr. Avadia.
Here. Okay, next we have a board recognition. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Malash.
Thank you, Mr. Avadia. I'm very excited tonight. We're always very excited when we have the opportunity to recognize some of our great district students. This evening, we are going to be recognizing student athletes from our secondary schools from the fall sports season. So I'm going to ask Mr. Barrow, who's the District Director of Athletics, to join me at the podium. We're going to be recognizing a number of teams. I know we have some administrators from our secondary schools that are here. So when we go through, we're going to introduce the coaches who are going to come up with Mr. Brow, talk a little bit about the season and the great successes that they had. We'll have some of the captains, I think, are here with the teams. And if the captains are here with the coaches, we're going to have you come up to the podium as well and symbolically receive certificates. We have certificates for all of the students. The majority of the student athletes will be online watching. So it's a nice little celebration. So I thank everybody for being here. And Mr. Brow, if you'll join me up at the podium, and we're going to begin with Cherry Hill High School West boys soccer.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Unfortunately, Coach Butler couldn't be here this evening, so I'm going to do a little stand-in for him. The Cherry Hill West boys soccer team, it was just an amazing end to the season and such a delight to be a part of. And I was fortunate to get to be there to witness it in person. But it was an incredible season by the Lions. First, they won the Olympic Conference National Division with a record of 8-1-1. They actually entered the Group 3 South tournament as the 10th seed. And then 4 wins later, in an overtime thriller at Morristown, they ended up winning the 2021 NJSIA Group 3 South champions. It was incredible. Next, they traveled to Hopewell Valley, and that was the Central Jersey champions, and they defeated them 3-1 to move on to the state finals for the first time since 1994. I know that was long ago because that's when I graduated high school. And just, one of the things that I think is really remarkable about the team is that they started 4 freshmen, 3 sophomores, and 2 juniors. Incredibly, we're going to miss 2 of our seniors who are moving on. Ethan Steinbus, who led the team with 56 points. He had 20 goals this season. And then senior goalkeeper Jason Coburn, who had 108 saves for the Lions. So it was a great season. We're going to miss them greatly, but just a super fun ride. And we're looking forward to great things in the future. So, all right, here we go. Ryan Audino, Dylan Breeze, Jason Coburn, Joseph Conti, Connor Dupree, Owen Dodd, Gabe Faust, Peyton Gardner, Peter Graffeo, Nate Johnson, Ryan McHugh, Aiden McMillan, Leo Orfici, Christian Pasella, Drew Polano, Owen Rodano, Aiden Ryder, Brian Santiago, Justin Smith, Ethan Steinbus, Michael Tepper, Jack Young, Gavin Murray, and Kieran McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Brow. And next, Bridget Schaefer, who is the field hockey coach at Crucy Middle School. Bridget, if you could join me up here. Dr. Birdie, I know that you are up over here as well. Dr. Benavides, would you also come up, please? And Ms. Schaefer, I think you have some of your ladies with you.
Thank you, Dr. Malash. Good evening, everyone. We're so honored to be here to celebrate our 2021 season. The highlight this year was our record. We had 2 losses in the regular season, both to Voorhees. So we had the 4th seed in the playoffs. We went down to Mullen, beat them in overtime on a goal by these girls right behind me, an assist and a goal by 2 of the girls behind me, Lily and Sam. Then we went to Voorhees and beat them in overtime with a goal from Peyton, who is here as well. So it was so exciting, 2 overtime wins, and I'm so proud of all of these ladies. Reagan Bieberbach, Catherine Bradley, Samantha Bruno, Abigail Callahan, Emily Danaskis, Addison Dapalone, Mariana DeLuca, Amaya Deveni, Gia Dolchansik, Alyssa Ebling, Peyton Frankovich. Alana Halstead, Hannah Johns, Amelia Johnson, Jiley Jones, Teresa Kosmacheski, Lily Legato. Nadia Longo, Farron Mackey, Chase Maynor, Anna Metcalf, Tatum Oliver, Emma Kurowski, Kylie Ruggieri, and Aaron Ryan.
Next, we're going to introduce the Cherry Hill High School East cheerleading competition team. And Amanda Farrell, Miss Farrell, I believe is here, our East girls cheerleading coach. And I think the 2 team captains are here as well, Miss Farrell. 2 members of the team. And I know Dr. Perry is here. Dr. Perry, why don't you come up as well?
I just want to thank the Board of Ed for having us here tonight. This was East Cheerleading's first competition team in over a decade. Out of the 2 competitions that this team participated in, they placed first in their division in both and earned the title of grand champions in the second with 0 deductions. While this would be impressive for a seasoned program, it is absolutely exceptional for a brand new program. I'm so proud to be their coach, and I'm thankful to be able to watch them pave the way for the future of East Cheerleading. We have senior Alexa Atlas, Nicole Drebick, Ariella Gavilli, Taylor Heskin, Olivia Lass, senior Amanda Marovitz, Gabriella Neely, and Diana Sosa. Thank you.
All right, and next from Beck Middle School, we have the Beck girls soccer team that we're recognizing. And I know Miss Boyle is here, Katie Boyle, if you would come up, and I know you have some of your players with you as well. Ms. Boyle.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here this evening and recognizing our Beck girls soccer team. Our girls had a phenomenal season. We went 12-1. We scored 57 goals in our 13 games, which is a little over 4 goal per game average. And our defense and goalies were phenomenal, recording 6 shutouts and only letting up 10 goals in our 13 games. This was the first time in the South Jersey Sports League's 5-year existence that Beck has won. So we're extremely proud of our girls and we're happy to celebrate with you guys this evening. So thank you very much. We have our 6th graders, Johanna Kang, Joelle Mateo, Ellie Rivera, and Emma Weiss. Our 7th graders, Talia Armando, Jesse Atlas, Gianna Fiore, Madison Greenwald, Dylan Kratchman, Amber Lancy, Lily MacArthur, Gabby Paizo, and then our 8th graders, Sienna Armando, Sam Beleza, Gianna Benson, Kira Fowler, Paige Heskin, Julia Mayer, Rebecca Pober, Elena Rosenberg, excuse me. I do want to thank my 3 captains. They've been a part of the A team for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, which is tremendous accomplishment. And they made a wonderful impact on our team this year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyle. I was remiss, I didn't introduce Dr. Damon, our high school West principal, is here as well. When we recognize the West boys soccer team. Dr. Damon, thank you for coming out. And now we are going to introduce the Rosa boys soccer team. I know Mr. Guy was here before. I'm not sure that he's still here. And I believe Mr. Young, Jay Young, who is the Rosa boys soccer coach, I believe is online. If we can give him privileges to speak. Jay, if you're online, can you put your hand up in the online so that the tech guys can find you? Oh, Jay raised his hand. I can see it pop up. That's great. Technology, right? Mr. Young, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes.
Hi, Jay.
And I see the big J up there.
Yep, that's you.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad I have an opportunity to speak. First of all, thank you to the board, to the administration, for recognizing the boys soccer team here at Rosa. Really, I'm extremely proud of all the boys, and not only for the great season they had. It's the first time, it's the 4th year that the championship has been given out in soccer for boys, and we had a chance to win it, which was great. They worked really hard, but what was best of all is they really came together as a team. They're a group of kids that don't all play together, outside in club teams and things like that. And the fact that they came together, followed a system, played the roles they were asked to play, and in the end won the championship. It was really nice. So I really am proud to be, their coach. I thank them for all they taught me this year, and hopefully we can be back here again someday soon. So congratulations to all the other teams. And I thought I'd take 1 minute to just say, as a parent, I'm also here as watching as a parent of a West student, soccer player, also as an uncle of a student who played for Rosa. So it's a proud night. I thank you all, and congratulations to everyone.
And the names for the Rosa Middle School boys soccer team: Henry Anthony, Matthew A. Binder, Connor Borelli, Justin Kai, Olawambe Galob Chabu, Jonathan Kirby, Joseph Kwok, Daniel Leshid, Nolan Perry, Nicholas Pugaluzzi, Artisum Rascola, Nathan Shin, Hunter Sobus, Will Walsh, Patrick Weinstein, Michael Young.
And then the final team that we are recognizing tonight, and Dr. Perry, is he still here? There he is. Come on back up, Dr. Perry, is also the Cherry Hill High School East Girls Cross Country Team for the level of success that they hit during the course of the fall season. I don't think that Mr. Maniscalco, Anthony Maniscalco, or Mr. Brake, Tyler Brake, or two of the coaches were able to join us this evening in person or online. But we do want to recognize the ladies on the team. So Mr. Brow is going to read their names, but congratulations to all of the girls on the Cherry Hill High School East Girls Cross Country Team.
So one of the things that's unique about the girls cross country team is that they actually didn't take first place in anything. However, this was their best season ever as a program. They took second in the conference, and they took second in sectionals to both Cherokee, that same team. They also finished 13th in the state, and this was the first year since 2006 that the girls cross country team was invited as the team to the Meet of Champions, and which is a huge honor. And they did very well. It was just a really great, successful season. And we had one girl, Maddie McNiff. She's a senior, and she was actually a 4-year first team all conference runner. So it was just a really, really amazing season for them. For the East Girls Cross Country, Sarah Abrams, Michelle Barry, Chloe Diamond, Kelsey Edwards, Kira Federline, Kate Fudner, Annabelle Fulginetti, Anushka Gandhi, Tiffany Giardelli, Jessica Hipple, Anna Kramer, Catherine Lee, Susanna Lieberman, Vivian Lynn, Elizabeth Ludman, Madison McNiff, Shyla Murray, Jamin Nam, Yashila Rajagopal, Rachel Singer, Alexis Tepper, Ava Torres, Emily Volan, Kylie Walsh, Mira Wang, Sydney Xiong, Jules Sun Yoon, Felicity Zhao, Jessica Zhao. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, you know, students, before you leave, you're welcome to stay for the board meeting tonight. We're here for you. You're our core constituency. Awesome. Congratulations to everyone today. One more round of applause. The next item sure to gain applause is by Dr. Morton. And so without further ado, Dr. Morton, I believe you have a presentation on school start times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm going to get set up. Members of the committee that will be presented, if you guys can occupy the seats in the front, that would be perfect. All right, so I am beyond excited for the opportunity to present tonight the recommendations that the committee was able to come up with. So this process was an extensive process that began for us probably as early as August. Dr. Malash, well, actually in July, Dr. Malash actually charged me with the responsibility of leading this work and leading what would evolve into this committee to come up with these recommendations. In August, we met with the Cherry Hill Public School students for later start times. I'm sure many of the board members who were present last year heard eloquent presentations by our children as they advocated for later start times and talked about some of the research. From there, we wanted to involve the entire community. So we surveyed nearly 8,000 people throughout the district, about 4,000 of those being students, about 4,000, approximately 4,000 parents across the district. 4,000 were secondary students. And we surveyed our secondary teachers as well. We obtained feedback. Our administrators in the building in September held conversations with various groups of students to obtain perspective and understanding and feedback from them. In October, we formed a steering committee. And in the steering committee, I haven't been as proud in a while for the configuration of the committee and the process that was used with this committee. And my pride comes in the fact that it was truly representative of Cherry Hill and what we're all about, the passionate individuals at every level and in every role who form what is Cherry Hill. We had district staff members, we had teachers involved, we had parents from the community involved, we had the different advocacy groups present and involved. We had 4 high school students involved. And if you didn't know they were students, you wouldn't have known based upon the input, the dialogue, the conversation, and the intellect that these young people displayed. So it was truly an outstanding process. That committee met 3 times, and we met full days to go through the process to come up with the recommendations that we have today. With me today, I just want to introduce a subset of the committee that will be presenting today. I have Gina Liu, Gina is here, Aiden Rude, Sam Messias, Haley Ivory, Dr. Dennis Perry, Dr. Tony Damon. Our alternative school principal, Ms. Giordano, was intimately involved, but she will not present tonight. Ms. Cynthia O'Reilly, Ms. Jen Nadio, our athletic director, Mr. Michael Burrell. Mr. Burrell is going to sit it out tonight as well. All right, moving on. So just to give you an overview for tonight, this presentation will take you through understanding normal adolescent sleep patterns, understanding the consequences of sleep deprivation in adolescence, other factors affecting adolescent sleep patterns. We will get into the recommendations, and we'll take a look at SWOT analysis as well. So adolescent sleep patterns, this process we went through was extensive, as I said, and it will be extensive for you also, I hope, and it'll provide an overview of the current research on adolescent sleep patterns and the effects of early school start times. Prior to the process, I thought that their young adult sons now, I just thought that they had problems in waking up on time and not being ready in the morning, but I'm realizing that this problem is much more pervasive than I may initially have thought. We'll also discuss how this information applies to us here within Cherry Hill Public Schools and within our district. All right, and without further ado, I'm gonna have Gina come up to the microphone.
the sleep patterns and is really an integral part of this entire discussion. Sleep scientists and pediatricians recommend at least 8 to 10 hours of sleep for teenagers. And in fact, the circadian rhythms of teenagers change because of puberty. Melatonin, which is the brain hormone that causes when to feel sleepy, shifts, and this actually causes delays. So teens actually begin to feel sleepy around 11 p.m. This is when their melatonin production begins, as opposed to their adult counterparts, where melatonin production begins approximately around 9 p.m. So at the high school level in CHPS, there are approximately 2,963 students that are transported by the bus. 58% of those students, so 1,730 of them, have a morning pickup that is before 7 a.m. The earliest morning pickup we have currently is 6:20 a.m. So let's do the math, right? So a high school student who sleeps around 11 p.m., right, wakes up at 6 a.m. That's 7 hours of sleep. Note this is less than the recommended amount of sleep time that scientists recommend. This is equivalent to an adult who sleeps around 9 p.m. and sleeps for 7 hours. That's equivalent to a 4 a.m. wake up time. Imagine waking up at 4 a.m. It's not very pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you. So to continue talking about the consequences of sleep deprivation in adolescence, what we've seen from the researchers and medical scientists who have analyzed this problem is that the issue of chronic sleep deprivation is an epidemic among teens in our country. That is what they've classified this problem as. What's backing that up is the fact that only about 10% of teens obtain the recommended 8 to 10 hours of sleep per night, which is recommended by scientists and pediatricians. And an important part of this consideration with the amount of sleep that teens are getting and the issue of if they're getting enough is this concept of REM, rapid eye movement sleep, also known as paradoxical sleep. So REM sleep is a part of your sleep process, which is when dreaming occurs, and it's most closely associated with learning, memory consolidation, and emotional processing. So all these important processes that occur in our brains that are happening while we sleep. On average, you have about 3 to 5 REM cycles per night, with each episode getting longer as the night progresses. So these cycles build on each other, and you need to complete your full time of sleep to get the maximum benefits as these benefits build. And so the final cycle may last roughly an hour and occurs right before you wake up. So, if you sleep from 12 to 8, you may have the most impactful and longest REM cycle from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you fail to complete this cycle, it can have negative impacts on the brain's ability to learn and to create new memories, which obviously impacts education. We're processing information as we sleep, we're building our memories. And, if we're interrupting this last part of sleep by being woken up by an alarm for school, for say, that can impact our memory processing. And finally, a lack of REM sleep is often a sign of sleep deprivation. So these really go hand in hand. To continue talking about the impacts of this chronic sleep deprivation that we've seen are present among teens. There are a number of impacts that have been correlated with sleep deprivation in teens, tying this to these impacts. So the overuse of caffeine consumption as a form of substance issues is one of those. Irritability, mood swings, and lack of motivation are another issue that's correlated with sleep deprivation that can also be caused by school start times. A lack of concentration, short attention spans, and behaviors associated with disorders like ADHD are also associated. Mental health concerns, including substance abuse, depression, and even increased rates of suicide among teens have been found when teens are sleep deprived. There are physical risks as well, including an increased risk of heart disease, obesity, and diabetes. And this really goes back to the fact that there are also studies out there showing that when teens don't get enough sleep, they also often don't get enough physical activity. So kids who aren't sleeping enough are not getting the recommended amount of time outside, and this is having physical health impacts as well. And finally, studies have shown over the past 2 decades that there's an increased risk for car accidents when teens are sleep deprived. In fact, studies have shown that when teens have 5 hours or less of sleep, which is unfortunately all too common among our students, this is the equivalent
of an individual driving with a blood alcohol content above the legal level. So when kids are sleep deprived, it's actually putting them in a situation that can be as dangerous as if they're driving drunk. Driving sleep deprived has been shown to have that similar level of risk. So as a result of all of this, the American Pediatric Association, one of our nation's leading medical organizations, has recommended that high school start times be no earlier than 8:30 a.m. So this is something we really considered throughout the process, that our nation's top medical organization has said 8:30 a.m. is this minimum start time. We shouldn't be any earlier than that at the high school level. And for the state of California, they've taken a look at this recommendation from the American Pediatric Association and other medical professionals. And they have recently passed a law that's requiring every high school in that state to start at 8:30 a.m. or later beginning this year. So that's just another thing to consider where, were we in a different state, this may not even be an option. This is certainly something that political leaders across the country in some places are moving towards as a result of this research. And that's something to consider as we decide whether we should make that same movement here as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My apologies, Dr. Morton. Before our next speaker, let me reiterate, to be in this room at this meeting, you must be wearing a mask, no matter what. Now, generally, it would matter maybe a little less, but we have students and we have community members and we have staff that has worked very hard on this presentation. If everyone could mask up, I'd really appreciate it. All right, we're going to attempt to continue with this meeting, but you must have a mask at this meeting. There are nearly 100 people at home that probably don't have a mask on, and we welcome their participation. To be in this room at this time, you must be wearing a mask. It's really, folks, it's really that simple, okay? All right, on to the next speaker.
All right, so back in.
Okay, I'm sorry, hold on a second. All right, let me make a motion. All right, I'm going to call a recess. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes. All right, Dr. Morton, I'm going to turn it back to you to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do want to apologize just for my absence in introducing another member, an integral member of our committee as well, Ms. Carol Roscoff. I apologize, Ms. Roscoff. I could never forget you, but I did. All right, Sam, if you would continue.
Surveyed our high school and middle school students, and we got about 4,000 responses regarding their sleep patterns and school start times. So the survey aligned with what most sources were saying, and 6% of our students that took that survey said that they obtain 8 to 10 hours of sleep, which is recommended. So majority of our students are sleep deprived. And a majority of them also say that their sleep is interrupted in the morning and that they need to be woken up for school. And 86% of our students say that they go to sleep towards midnight, which also aligns with the research for the melatonin onset. And then we also surveyed our parents. And the parents also aligned with what the students said. Once again, that's a really low number for 8 to 10 hours of sleep. So our students are running very low in sleep, especially ones that are involved.
So I'm going to just talk a little bit anecdotally about what I see in school every day. You know, you all have heard me say many times, I have the best job in the world because I get to spend my day with your children. And the best part of that is when I get to have conversations with them. So when we started this process, you know, I'm not always the most warm and fuzzy of the staff members here. So my question was, why can't you just go to bed earlier, right? And what I found out from talking to your children is they just can't go to bed earlier. And even when they do go to bed earlier, they don't go to sleep until after midnight anyway. You know, the conversation was, Ms. Roscoff, even when I go to bed at 9 o'clock and I try to go to bed at 9 o'clock, I'm still not sleeping till 12 or 1 o'clock. Even when my parents make me put my phone in their bedroom, I'm still not going to sleep until after 12 or 1 o'clock. I have to work. When I get home from work at 10 o'clock, by the time I eat something and get my homework done, it's 12, 1, or even later. They're all involved in sports and activities. They get home from practice. They're revved up, as you all know. They can't sleep. They still have to eat and do homework. So anecdotally, what I'm hearing from the students supports the research that we all did. And it made me truly, I have to say, change my mind, because when I thought about it, you know, they can't go to sleep earlier. They just physically, they can't. You heard Gina talk about the melatonin levels. You heard, you know, Aiden and Sam talk about the other issues. So it's not a matter of them choosing to stay up later.
Thank you. So this is the good part. So this is where, if you didn't pay attention before, this is where we need to pay attention. This is the recommendation section that's about to come up. So when we went into the process of attempting to identify recommendations, we did operate by certain non-negotiables. Non-negotiables included this idea that we wanted to respect the instructional day, the instructional time that was already currently in place. So we didn't touch the instructional day. The amount of time that students have for learning would remain the same. For transportation, our transportation department actually requested and said that it would be ideal if they actually have 45 minutes between each run, each level run. But we wanted to at least at a minimum preserve what exists currently. Currently in between middle and high school, there's 30 minutes. There's a 30-minute buffer of time. In between middle and elementary, currently there's an hour of time. And it was a painstaking process. It got pretty rough. It actually became pretty rough with us, probably around the second full day meeting as deliberations began and individuals articulated their position. And, you know, we were trying to come to some consensus. And at second meeting, I sort of had to just cut it off and send everybody on their way and reconvene at the third meeting. And, you know, we were able to do much better. So without Without further ado, recommendation number one, Haley and Dr. Damon.
Good evening. As one of the newer administrators around, I can honestly say this process was truly representative of what I expected when I came here. This gave us an opportunity to hear our students, allow them to elevate their voice and advocate for what they believe, and to see the district leadership allow us to go through this process and come to this point. I'm so excited to be a part of this. So I'm here with Haley. Haley is my goddaughter, and I'm just so proud to share with her this experience. The recommendation number one, we thought was really important to recognize in that it does move the start time back 45 minutes. Our young people said they need this, and this is what it does. It brings that back with, again, maintaining the integrity of the instructional time for each class. While doing so, it only pushes forward by 15 minutes the school day for the middle school and pushing back 15 minutes for the elementary. So while change is challenging for the middle and elementary schools who said in their surveys they didn't want much change, it only moves it about 15 minutes.
Good evening. Oops, sorry. Good evening. So on the board and on your papers, we show the comparison between our proposed time and our current time for all school levels. Our current time for high school is 7:30 to 2:30, but our proposed time is 8:15 to 3:15. That's only pushing it back by 45 minutes. And our schedule, our instructional day, as Dr. Damon said, would stay exactly the same. And for middle school, our current time for that is 8 to 3 o'clock. We will push that forward by 15 minutes, making it 7:45 to 2:45. And elementary, pushing it back from 9 a.m. to 3:30 to 9:15 to 3:45, both of which are only going different ways for 15 minutes.
So we thought it important as a committee to make sure that you saw the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for all recommendations. So for the strengths for recommendation one, we achieved the goal of a later start time. Also, we maintain, as I said, the integrity of the instructional day. The bus routes are buffered and they remain consistent as requested. There is minimal change, as you can see, to the start and end times at the other levels, middle and elementary. And this provides for better mental health of our students. We've heard that from them, and this achieves that. There is potential for academic gains here. The later start times have been correlated to a reduction in teen emotional automotive accidents, and they're supporting their emotional well-being. And it also closes 75% of the gap between current start times and the consensus of the 8:30 time. Okay. As for the weaknesses that are presented, and we thought it only responsible to share those, athletics have to start a little later. Bus runs will also be later. The elementary start time will require some before and after school time strain. There'll be strain on families. There's going to be some commitment for elementary lunches that they will be impacted. Students that work may be impacted because they have to go to work later. And this does not fully meet the 8:30 goal based on the research that was presented.
Now that we've discussed the strengths and weaknesses, there are opportunities with this. All levels of schooling adjust times concurrently. We will all be adjusting to these start times together as a team, all levels, and examination of the structure of the day exists, meaning this could expose and resolve any new problems, and we can try and expand before and after school care for students. Now, with opportunities, there are, however, threats. High school serving as the second bus run of the day potentially may cause high school students to arrive to school late. An elementary to middle school transition may be a drastic change for students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Cindy O'Reilly, and I'm going to go through our second recommendation. It is very similar to the first recommendation. We're only talking about a change within the structure of the high school day. So we're looking at the same start and end times that Haley and Dr. Damon just presented. So those would remain the same as recommendation 1 is saying. Again, the instructional time, the instructional day would remain the same. The thing that is changing is going to be how a 50-minute block of non-instructional time exists during the high school day. So as our schedule currently exists, there's a 50-minute non-instructional time within the school day. And right now, and also in recommendation 1, that time is in the middle of the day for lunch breaks. LB1, LB2, students spend half of that 50 minutes eating lunch, and the other half is for homeroom or going to find teachers for extra help, doing other things that they need to get done during the school day, meeting with a counselor, going to print something. Those other things are happening all together as a 50-minute block. What we're proposing for recommendation 2 would be to keep 30 minutes of that non-instructional time in the middle of the day. So the students' lunch time would still be during that 30 minutes in the middle. Everyone would have lunch at the same time. There are, of course, challenges and opportunities that come along with that. Everyone having lunch at the same time. Corinne was at West with me, and there were 4 different lunches. And if you wanted to have lunch with your friend, you couldn't always do that. So this would achieve the ability to always be able to socialize and, you know, have fun with your friends and not have somebody in a class and somebody cutting a class to come join your lunch, which never happened. And then also a challenge would be, you know, finding ways to make sure that lunch is available for everyone at the same time. There could be kiosks and carts and things set up around the school, which does exist already, and those kinds of pieces. The rest of that 50 minutes, so we have the 20 minutes then to play with, our proposal would be to add that to the end of the school day. And there are a couple things that we can benefit from by doing that. Again, there would be time for socialization. Everyone at once will have the opportunity to find their friends and talk to people and hang out. A snack time prior to going to practice or prior to going to an after-school activity could exist within that 20 minutes, again, with kiosks and things around the building for students to get their snacks. As it happens now, occasionally, maybe once or twice a season for a team, they'll have to be dismissed early and miss some instructional time to go to an away game. So again, with having some of this end of the day time being non-instructional, you're not losing as much instructional pieces there. Teachers would be around, obviously, during that 20 minutes for club meetings, to check in about homework, if you have questions, if you need to see somebody or talk to someone. A lot of the students' day is very scheduled as to where to be when. So having the opportunity to go down to guidance and see the secretary to make an appointment, or find Dr. Perry to have a conversation with him, or talk to your coach. Just having that time during the day when you're not scheduled somewhere is of huge benefit to students. I think that might be about it. Getting ready for practice early if you need to. And another piece I was thinking, as far as at East anyway, students do not use their lockers. And then on 20-degree days, everybody is freezing and they say, well, I have nowhere to put a jacket. So if this chunk of time was at the end of the day, then maybe you would have time to go back to your locker and get your jacket and actually have it with you for the remainder of the day. I think that could be a benefit too. As far as the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, very similar again to what Haley and Dr. Damon presented for our first proposal. But again, the other piece would be trying to find ways to supervise during that 30 minutes, teacher lunches, scheduling those before and after the student lunch with prep times and blocks of time for that. And also being able to feed everyone, have it accessible to everyone in that half-hour time. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for considering the start times at the high schools and certainly the impact that it has on all district schools. This is important. It'd be wonderful for students as they arrive to school to be more available for learning. Biology is certainly working against them currently with our current schedule. So I'm excited for this consideration. So thank you. So recommendation 3 has us moving the start time of the school day back 60 to 69 minutes, and the end by 45 minutes. What that will do for us is that'll maintain the current instructional model that we have in school. It'll revise the 20 minutes that we're making up will be revised from our 50-minute unit lunch, will be condensed down to a 30-minute unit lunch. And this is the one recommendation that meets the recommended 8:30 start time. This will impact the middle and elementary schools somewhat. It'll move the middle school start and end time back 15 minutes, or forward 15 minutes, excuse me, and it'll move the elementary start and end time back by 15 minutes. So what this would look like would be an 8:39 start at the high school, a 3:15 ending. Middle school 7:45 and 2:45 for the ending, and it'll bump the elementary school from 9 to 9:15 with a 3:45 end time. Strengths. So this provides a significant impact on achieving what the goal of the committee was to be responsive to the research that an 8:30 minimum start time for our students is optimal. It preserves the allotted instructional time that we currently have. Provides for better mental health for our students as they are more well rested and more available for learning each day, which could bring about achievement gains. Later start times have been correlated with reduction in teen automobile accidents. We have a number of students that drive to school, and if they are better rested, the research has shown that a later start time reduces car accidents among our teens. Weaknesses. So this may have an impact on athletic start times, particularly in the fall as it gets dark earlier. Late bus runs will be later. So with our students coming to school later, they will leave school later as well. This may have an impact on elementary lunches with their current schedule, and students at the high school. It'll be quite an endeavor to feed everybody within that 30-minute allotment, which we can do. There are provide opportunities and threats. Some of the opportunities at lunch would be to have additional stations around for our students to be able to purchase lunch through Aramark, and certainly to expand the footprint of where students can go and eat during that time. Other opportunities could be an expanded before or after school care for our younger students. And one of the opportunities that this does is we heard a lot from transportation about the challenges of transporting the second and third runs each day. So students arrive to the middle school often late after the initial high school run. This will provide what was requested of a 45-minute time between the start of each of the school levels, which transportation indicated would be their preference, to have 45 minutes in between lunch. One of the challenges or threats is that in the afternoon, the elementary run will only be a half an hour. So that's the final threat there. And one of the other threats too, it's a huge difference when you leave elementary school from that start time to when you'd be starting in the middle school. So the 5th to 6th grade transition could be a challenge for some students, with an additional threat. Thank you.
Okay, hi again. So I'm going to go through recommendation 4, part of this, and then Gina will finish it out. So our 4th and final recommendation would move the high school start and end time back by just 25 minutes, a little bit less than the other options discussed so far. It would maintain, again, the current instructional period allotments And this is an option that would maintain the current lunch homeroom model. So we've been talking about potentially changing the setup of lunch. This would keep that the same. This would have a more significant impact on the middle and elementary school start times. So they would also be changing by 25 minutes going forward for the middle school and backward for the elementary school. And so just looking at the times, this would put high school at 7:55, ending at 2:55, and then middle school 8:25 to 3:25, elementary school 9:25 to 3:55. So again, comparing to those current times below.
So once again, a lot of similar strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Again, achieves a goal of a later start time and preserves the instructional time. Busing increments are consistent with what we have right now. There's rather minimal change to start and end times at other school levels. Again, mental health is a biggie in this discussion and provides for better mental health for students. Studies have also shown that later start times do help with their academic achievement. And also later start times have been correlated with a reduction again in teen automobile accidents. I just want to mention something real quick. Have you guys seen what it's like at East in the morning, 7:15, you're trying to do, everyone jam and trying to get in the front? And now imagine an 18-year-old, 4 hours of sleep, hasn't had a Wawa cup of Joe yet, right? Trying to weasel on his way into the East parking lot. It's a recipe for disaster. But just keep that in your mind while you're reading through this, right? But of course, with any plan, there's certainly weaknesses to it. Elementary and middle start end times will change rather significantly with this plan. Elementary start times may require before school care, and for certain families, this may cause a strain. Certainly with low income families, we need to keep them into consideration. They have even less resources to take care of their children with these issues. Elementary school lunches may be impacted. Childcare responsibility, again, is a large part of this discussion. And also with a 7:55 start time, it only really closes less than actually 50% of the gap between current start times and researchers' consensus that really we should be starting at 8:30 a.m. This also presents certain opportunities. So all levels of schooling will be adjusted as always, and it provides the opportunity to kind of examine how our school day is structured, and also provides an opportunity to see how can we aid families in our community with childcare before and after school. Certain threats include that athletics may be impacted, having a later start. This was part of our discussion where a lot of student athletes have to miss a lot of class already at the end of the school day. So pushing later start times will, of course, mean that these athletes have to miss even more instructional time, unfortunately. And elementary school students may arrive home significantly later, again, if bus delays occurs. And currently right now, we do have some issues with the busing.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Nadio, or Jen Nadio, and I was so thankful that I was included in this because I have two sons, my twins, and my one, he is in an out-of-district placement. So when I was looking at all these changes, I was thinking about all these years that I've been working with my son, getting him on the bus, getting him off the bus, those things that I needed to think about that many of our families with special needs students need to think about. And Dr. Morton and I had a lot of great discussions about this, and we came up with these three. The first would be students in special education need time to forge relationships and regroup before heading back to class. 30-minute lunches can be a challenge to get their lunch, eat, socialize, and reorganize. Secondly, and this is something that most parents would not even know, students from ages 3 to 21 who take a small private bus due to their needs are asked to have an adult at home when they leave and arrive each day. So bus drivers are not allowed to leave them at home without an adult there. So these time changes will need to be shared at least 6 months in advance, so families can work with employers or sitters or whoever's going to be there to accommodate their employment schedules. And lastly, many students have difficulty with transition and time schedules. I've actually worked with the district for years trying to get the way the buses go for for snow days. And a lot of our loved ones who are used to a regular schedule actually sit at the door and wait for their bus, even if the bus is going to be late because of a snow day. So social stories, guidance, psychologist consultations, behavior consultations with students and families will be beneficial to assist families with these changes at least 6 months in advance. And repeated reminders will help our students transition easily in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nadio. So there are definitely implications and impacts on transportation. We've heard quite a bit of conversation this year about difficulties that districts across the region, in multiple states have had retaining bus drivers and trying to ensure that routes are fulfilled properly. So any change that we make could have definite impacts. This is information I received from our Director of Transportation, some additional concerns. Some routes will need to be placed for bid. In particular, routes that travel across town leave limited opportunity for tiering in the AM or PM. Elementary school students may arrive home very late. So if a bus is running late and the dismissal time is moved back closer to 4 p.m. With traffic in town, that could mean that some elementary students may not arrive home until 5 or even later. In the AM, the 35 minutes between high school and elementary school is not preferred. The preference is to have, at least 45 minutes, according to our transportation department. Students with special needs will maybe attending a special program that travel a bit further to get to that program. These same students that have needs for related service, if they arrive home late, especially after 5 o'clock, could impact their ability to receive those services. With that, there are tremendous challenges that exist. But I believe, if there's will and there's desire to do something, challenges can be figured out. There definitely will be budgetary implications. It's hard to specifically state what they are without knowing what recommendation we would seek to follow. But undoubtedly there will be budgetary implications. And I think with all of that, well, actually, there'll be athletic implications as well. I'm sorry, this is embedded here. There'll be athletic implications for our athletics program. I believe about 69% of our students at the high school level participate in some sort of athletic team or athletic program. So currently, students, I believe at 2:30, games start 3:45-ish or even later, students have an opportunity to transit to those games without missing much class time. If we move the times back and other school districts do not do the same, concurrently with us, there may be a thing where some athletes might have to miss class time at the end of the day. So with those considerations, additional considerations, I guess we have to weigh that against the overall safety, health, and welfare of our students. And that's the information that we presented at the beginning of the presentation. Definitely a lot to think about, definitely a lot to talk about. Here's just a few of the references that we have here. And with that, I'll turn it over back to the board for any questions.
Yes, thank you. So I guess Rosie, did you want to call on people? It sort of fits in the CNI world, but I'm happy to go first, whatever works
Well,
for you.
then if you have a question, go ahead.
All right. So first of all, thank you for all the people who, put in a lot of work. And it's great to hear that it was a wonderful and inclusive and robust process. And so thank you, for your time and attention and for these recommendations. I guess as we look at the recommendations, my first question is, was there convergence on one or the other? Was there sort of an even split among the four options? And my second question is, in this moment, at this time, from this Board of Education, what would be helpful for our discussion today? What would be helpful for our discussion on the 22nd to help, sort of like move to, let's say, the next iteration of this? That's question two. And question three, as we look at this as a potential significant change, when is the earliest this could be implemented on the ground?
All right, so question number one, help me out again. What was question number one?
Question one was whether within the committee that studied this and came up with the four recommendations, if there was a convergence around any particular one of the recommendations.
Got it, good question. So again, it was a diverse committee. So you had students who have an experience as they go through. You have teachers who have an experience. You have administrators who have from a supervision lens, an experience and responsibility. We have parents, Zone PTA, CHSEPTA, like everyone had, their own experience and came to the table with, I guess, ideas that would support and solve problems based upon the experiences that they've had. We tried to meld those together while also keeping in account the non-negotiables. In addition to that, we also kept into account the feedback that we had received from our community. So the survey data was pretty clear. We went through that in great detail, and I tried to keep that in mind. So with that, the charge to the committee was to come up with 3 to 4 recommendations that everybody could compromise on and come to consensus that they could live with. And that's what we came up with. So I think if you ask individual members, they may have preference for one over the other, but for the most part, as a steering committee, these 4 we believe could be implemented. The second question
was what in the next meeting to 2 meetings to 3 meetings, the board can help in terms of moving this initiative forward toward a recommendation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for us, I think, as we've met and we discussed this in detail, we were very curious to know what the responses would be from the board and from the community. I think the next steps would be to see what the community believes about the recommendations that have been put forward. Again, we had 4,000 parents respond to the survey, and they responded with information based upon their experiences. I'm very curious to know how our families feel, how students feel about the recommendations that we put forward.
Okay, and then the final question was just likely timeline for being able to implement a significant change here.
So in terms of timelines, I think we would need to work quickly if this is something that we're looking to do for the upcoming school year. Ms. Sugars can speak to this point, but there's transportation routes that need to be contracted usually now. I think now is the time where they go through that process of making that happen. So if they were to set up routes now based upon our current times, and then we come back later, I'm not sure what that process is like of rebidding those routes, but Ms. Sugars.
Yeah, at this point, I think a September startup from a transportation standpoint would be very difficult because we literally would have to throw out all of our transportation and start over. And typically at this point in the school year, we're working on renewals. We work with our contractors to renew routes, and then whatever isn't renewed, we put out to bid. But to take all of our routes, because right now they're tiered, so we do a high school route, a middle school route, and an elementary route. We would have to regroup and examine all of that. I don't know at this point if it would be possible to get through that process and have something in place, put everything out to bid, have responses from the bids, and have it in place by September.
Thank you. Kim? Oh, I'm sorry, Jen?
Thank you. Thank you all for all your hard work. I could tell this has been a labor of love, I know, especially for the students. And thank you all for sharing your voice. I did have a question. Are there any other districts in the area or even within New Jersey that have done this? Because I know for a long time, PTAs have been talking about this and things have been going, thoughts in the district. And, but we've never seen really a push for things to change based on, the Academy of Pediatrics, which is wonderful. Would we be one of the first in the area to do this, or are there other ones that we could sort of look to what has worked for them?
Yeah, I think there are a few other districts that have undertaken this process. I think the difference between those districts and us is that, my understanding, I believe they're like more high school districts. I think down at Kingsway, to start the year out, they made a change. They pushed the times back about 30 minutes. Kingsway is a secondary district. I think there were a couple others. They strike my memory at this point.
But nothing really that compares to Cherry Hill. So actually it gives, I'm giving you even more accolades for what you went through, because you're really starting from scratch and there was nothing really to work from. So
Yeah, no, this committee started from scratch.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Corinne?
So I'll echo thank you to all the students and the staff that was involved in this. I hope what Ms. Sugars just said doesn't make you feel like, oh my goodness, it's not going to happen in September. Just, thinking that your change is change that'll last forever. And that was actually one of my questions of, my first thing is this something living that we can redo or see if it works for 2 years or 3 years or whatever? Or is it like set in stone? Once we do it, we're stuck with it for another 20 years, whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't think anything is set in stone.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Unless we decide that it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then my other question, just with the mention of the truncated lunchtime, being that we already have food service issues, I think that would be another thing, maybe if you guys are going to meet again, I don't know, or what we need to talk about in committee about how we're going to satisfy that. Because if we can't feed everyone fast enough now, there's no way we can get the high school students fed in those 30 minutes. Not that many of them eat, because I had one of those that don't eat at all. So I totally get that. And also, Mrs. O'Reilly, please don't put my business out there again. I went to every class. Ms. Roscoff, don't look at me hard. I was at every class. Just kidding. But I love that we've come together with this. And I think my only other thought is for us as a group, and maybe this goes back to my committee, because is there any contractual obligations that we would be messing with by these changes with our administrators or teachers, all the different unions that we have to work with us changing the start times or any of that? That would be another thought.
Yeah, good question. We actually did, that was what a non-negotiable. We wanted to ensure that we aligned and abided by, any contracts that currently existed. So everything remains pretty much the same. I think our lunch issues this year have been exacerbated by a number of factors, obviously because of just, difficulties with hiring staff, quarantine periods, universal feeding, everybody's eating. So, the 30 minutes is something that I did ask quite directly, asked our principals if they believe that this is something they could implement. And the belief was yes, provided additional resources being put into place.
That makes total sense. I love the idea of kiosks and all that kind of stuff to make it more mobile and more doable. And then for the one that I had the same question as Mr. Avadia of like, is there one you're leaning towards? But just thinking about when the parent in me is thinking about SAC, and what if you change the start times, does that change the amount of time you can stay? Or are we just going to extend SAC throughout all of those with those changes?
Yeah, so that's what we talked about. We'd have to expand before and after school care. So that those would have to be follow-up conversations that would have to take place because, undoubtedly additional services would be needed to cover the elementary children.
Thank you. Great job, guys.
Kim?
So again, thank you to the committee, those who are here, and I believe there's some others who may not be. We appreciate your time and effort. I do have a couple of questions, Dr. Morton. Could you explain in every model, in all four, can you hear me?
I do now, yeah.
Okay, in all four models, there's a weakness that says elementary lunches may be impacted. What does that mean?
In all four models, elementary lunches may be impacted. I think what the reference there was just in terms of shifting the time. I believe the belief was that with making the time altered, when kids have routines that are pretty much established, and that the kids are used to eating at a certain time, and we shift those, even if it's year to year. If kids have an elementary experience and a specific routine, altering that time could be difficult. So if snack time was 10:30, but I moved snack time now to 10:50, it could alter the mood of an elementary child.
Okay. I guess my bigger overarching question is, so the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends 8:30 a.m. start time for the high school, which I fully support. I have one of those high school students who, doesn't want to get up.
Yes.
But I'm a little confused as to why middle school students who are pretty much, going through puberty, are getting closer to the high school age, are the ones who are starting earliest, where the younger kids they go to bed earlier, they get up earlier, they're more alert. What was the thought process of middle school being the first as
Sure.
opposed to elementary?
Yeah, I think you know what I think was to respect the voices of our constituents who said at a 93% clip, that 93% rate, that they're satisfied with elementary start time. So 93% of the nearly 4,000 people that were surveyed said that they liked the time as it currently exists. I think if we were going to move elementary times by over an hour, that would just be dismissive of the feedback that we received. So, because of that, the easy solution would have been to do something like that. But because of the feedback that we received, and we wanted to be respectful of the voices that we heard from, we didn't make that option. In reference to middle school, you have a very valid point. It's a very good point. So I think 3 of the recommendations moves middle school earlier. The one recommendation does push middle school back by 25 minutes. I think when we pinpointed the data and statistics on teen car crashes, we understand that middle school students don't really drive, so that was why we.
Okay. And I just, I guess I'm to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Elmore Stratton was talking about with SAC. The elementary changes could have a large impact on SAC, which we've heard, waiting lists for SAC as it is for families, like it opens up and people have to apply and it's full in some schools, like right away. With these changes, especially with the later start time, have we done an analysis of what that's going to look like for the SAC program? Are we going to be able to extend seats? And then what's the cost going to be to families if it's an extra half an hour because the start time is up? And I don't know if you've gotten there, but I think we need to keep that in our minds. And I will just say that option 4 probably makes me the most nervous. It doesn't address the 8:30 start time for the high school, and it has our elementary school kids dismissing almost an hour later, which goes against what you were just saying. The community likes the 9 to 3. And it's been a minute since I've had an elementary school child, but I know the bus was late a lot, and that was with a 3 o'clock dismissal. And there were days where they weren't home until after 4. So a bus that's, picking up at 3:55 and is late 5 o'clock, 5:30, and then it's dinner, bath, and bed. And when do they do homework? So thank you.
Thank you. Everyone. Is there any other questions? Oh, sorry, Miriam. Go ahead.
That's okay. I never know if I'm supposed to raise my hand on the screen or, thank you. So first, I have to just say, this is fantastic. Thank you all. It was amazing. It's just super exciting to hear the student voice. And I apologize that we had to recess in the middle of your voice. But it was really, it's just great. It's exciting. And also, thank you so much, Dr. Morton, for, sticking to the timeline, doing, what we set out was just brought, it's exciting. I would definitely say, this is the beginning of this is our night of questions, this is our night of, the presentation. Obviously a lot to come, so not a lot of necessarily weighing in at this point. This is just the beginning. I would definitely want to know the piece about getting further community feedback. How would you recommend that we, our process lately has been, surveys, town halls, dedicated email addresses, that's kind of the most recent way that we've done that stuff. Do you have a way that you would recommend that we, after tonight, we get feedback? That's my first question.
Sure. I would maintain consistency. I mean, if we've been asking people to provide feedback using a certain format, why deviate from that? I would say we stick with a consistent format for acquiring the information. But I think it's important to hear what our town has to say and what our people have to say.
I mean, I know that, this is such an important topic. We have a lot we're doing this year, so I don't think we want to delay too long. I mean, and I don't know that it's such a high, I don't know that there's so many aspects to think about. I mean, I think it's the choices are somewhat narrow. So I guess we have to decide how we want to get feedback. But I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not sure if we can add another full town hall meeting with our schedule right now, because we've got a whole lot of meetings that we're doing and the communities, we're asking them to attend. But we had such a good response on the survey, perhaps that might be just like a kind of an easy, accessible way for all community members to participate. Just a thinking out loud. I do want to piggyback on what Ms. Friedel said. It was a question that I asked and got the same response, before. Just, logically, and the discussion, I think the anecdotal discussions that have happened for a long time are, elementary kids are often up very early, 5:30, 6:30, many of them. And I just think like, I wouldn't want to disregard the community voice, which was very strong. I almost wonder if we were to survey and we were to look at perhaps an option of what if we flip-flopped a little bit and even offered that idea, what the feedback would be. Would it be like, nope, you're ignoring our 93%? Or would it be, oh, that makes sense? Because I think the middle schoolers, while they are not driving, me now having 3 teenagers in my home and seeing a lot of these kids, like the sleep is huge at middle school age. They're growing a lot. They're, the after school activities are impacted, but not in the same way as high school. I don't think, not nearly as intensely. And I'm just a little worried about moving start times even earlier for them already. I think it's a stretch for them, some of them to be at school by 8. I definitely am just kind of keeping an eye out on a shorter lunchtime at high school level. That seems a little, I don't know. I think there's a lot of, threats on that. And I just want to thank you guys for giving us another discussion item for buildings and facilities discussion about kiosks for lunch, because we can add that to our agendas in future meetings. So I love it, and it's noted. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely. And if I can just respond, I think that was the intention. That's why we tried to provide 4 options that would satisfy some of those different concerns that you have. And this is not easy. There aren't any easy answers here. We have to make decisions about what's most important. What do we prioritize? So we heard a wealth of information about health and safety and welfare and what the medical research is saying. We know what challenges exist, but we have to make a decision again about what we prioritize, I think, as a district.
Thank you. Ben?
All right, thank you.
You, sorry,
Oh,
Dr.
Other
Ruth.
Ben, sorry.
Sorry.
So I just wanted to make a few comments. The board, I'm being a completely new member, this is a pretty huge transition for me to come on when we're doing so much. And I kind of, I think about, we talked about the bond, we're going to talk about middle school redistricting. We have a lot of change, and I think, well, if we're going to change things, why don't we really work hard to do it right and to kind of go big or go home? And this is an opportunity that we have to really do something excellent for our students. Now, I definitely am concerned about the middle school start times going a little bit earlier. And I know we're trying to respect parents and that survey that said that middle school and elementary kids or parents were pretty happy with that. I think that's something that we need to think more about and revisit at another time. But right now we have an opportunity to do something that I think will make the lives of the high schoolers just so much better. I think we'll be doing such a good thing. I think we need to think really strongly about moving this forward. I know we talk about community involvement. The community already spoke. The majority of parents said, yeah, high school start times are a problem. Let's change them. So we already have the community support. So I don't see what having town halls and more surveys really changes with that. We already asked, we already got an answer. I think we should move forward on that. I know we talk about some issues with can lunch be delivered on time? Can the bus routes get done? And I often think about how much, this is a personal thing, but when I'm at work, I think about how much is expected of me and how much, how I have to perform so well all the time. And then I ask to order something, or I ask to, can I get this set up in my lab? And they're like, oh yeah, 2 weeks later, I get an answer. And I'm like, are we being served best by, Aramark and our bus services? Maybe they need to deliver on, what we need. If they have to find a way to feed our kids in that time, that's what they're paid to do. So can we lean on these providers that we're paying a lot of money to accomplish, to facilitate the things that we're thinking of as concerns. And the last thing, we had our athletes in here today and recognize them. And I think, and I know this may be a burden on them, but also I'm motivated and excited by the fact that we're talking about improvements for athletic facilities within the bond referendum. We're talking about getting them lights. We're talking about giving them the opportunity to have different schedules and to play night games and to do other fun things out there and really kind of make some changes. So I just think that there's such good opportunities here for us tonight to really move forward on this. And I'd like to encourage my fellow board members to be bold and to not sit around, letting this take years to come to fruition, because we always need to hear, one more voice or check one more thing. I think that this is something important that we should move on. And as Dr. Morton said, that nothing is set in stone. If the changes are made and it just doesn't work for whatever reason, it's not set in stone. But I think that we can really make some good change. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
Thank you. I also agree with Dr. Rude that I'm hoping that we can really move forward on this. But I do have a question specifically between, I think proposal, the number 2 and number 3, and it might be to more of the students. That difference right there is whether or not they're, when we started a few years ago, and now it's actually more than that, with this schedule, with the 6-day rotation schedule, one of the new things that happened with that is you would have lunch on one half, right, and clubs and activities on the other half. And I know that gave the chance for kids, athletes and people involved in drama and everything after school to actually have club time during the day, right? So that enabled students to become more involved. And I just don't know if that we move to say that's number 2. The decision number 2 brings that towards the end of the day, a 30-minute lunch and then 20 minutes at the end of the day. So that's the club time. With number 3, it actually increases, it actually makes school start later, but you lose that time. So I didn't know how important that would be to all the high school students, because I find, you know, and I wouldn't want to make the decision on that specifically until I knew what the feeling was with that.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. I think number 3, we prioritize student rest. So we took that time away from club time and gave it back to the students for rest. You know, the research, mental health, increased academics, increased overall physical health. You know, there's benefits and positives that we felt. I don't think we necessarily wanted to do that, but that was the recommendation.
Yeah, and I agree. I think if I was to ask any student right now, would you rather go to a club or sleep a little late? I think we all know the answer to that right now. However, I just wanted to throw it out there that when we're trying to make the decision, we have to sort of do apples to apples, right? So we just know what we're taking away versus what, you know, we're adding. And I know sleep is wonderful, and I'm a true staunch supporter of changing these times. So I just wanted to sort of throw that out also to the public to know that that's what the difference is. And I also know if we move it to the after school, we also have to talk about advisors and different advisors actually being paid to stay after school for that instead of having it during school, correct?
So if we are going to have clubs, so we actually have club advisors now that aren't paid. They volunteer their time to supervise clubs with kids. I guess if we look at the second recommendation where we move it to the end of the day, it would be during the teacher workday. So teachers, every teacher is available. Every child would be able to have the opportunity for, you know, some places call it office hours. You know, at the collegiate level, there's like office hours that exist. So that was the thinking, office hours, but it could be used for multiple purposes.
Got it. Well, thank you. I just, like we talked about, we want to move it forward really fast and just to make sure that we, you know specifically the differences between all of them and like what the thought process was coming up with that. Thank you.
Sally?
I was just wondering, what was the previous start school time for the elementary school, high school, or middle school and high school before we make the change to 7:30 for all the changes? I know there was changes not too long, like few years back. I just don't know the time when you start.
Yeah. So I believe, Dr. Malash, you guys started at 8 a.m.
Sure.
before we went.
Yes, the high school started at 8 a.m. Until the beginning of the 2013-2014 academic year. When the current high school schedule was put into place, there was a combined committee from across the district from east and west that studied high school schedules and went out and visited other districts and talked about what wanted to be done. At the time, Cherry Hill had one of the shortest academic days in the state. So there was a concern among staff and parents and all that, we were asking of the children with one of the shortest academic days. So the determination was made to add 30 minutes onto the day. The 30 minutes was negotiated into the teacher's contract. 30 additional minutes was added on for all teachers in the district. It was student contact time at the middle school and the high school. And it was professional development time, PLC time at the elementary school. So beginning in September of 2013, the academic day began at 7:30 a.m. and went from 7:30 to 2:30, which is what it currently is now.
For the middle school, what time do they start?
Middle school starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m. And again, beginning in 2013, or prior to 2013, the middle school began at 8:30 a.m. and went to 3 p.m. Now they go from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the elementary school has been consistently from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. for decades, probably back well into the 1960s.
Okay, I'm just curious. Since elementary school starts at 9 and middle school starts at 8 and high school also start 8 prior to 2013, correct?
Prior to 2013, the high school started at 8 and the middle school started at 8:30.
Oh, 8:30. Okay.
Yes. They both made a 30-minute shift earlier, beginning in September of 2013.
Okay.
Coincided with Dr. Morton's arrival at High School West, although he didn't bring it with him. It was just coincidence.
So I guess having the student coming back for high school for 8:30, will we, if we do move all that shift back half an hour backward or forward, wait, backward or forward? 8 to 8:30, forward, backward. What is it? I don't know. Forward, okay, to 8:30. So having this, we want to help out the students at this time. So what the best solution that we have so far is thinking about the 8:30, 8:39, was it 8:39? I'm looking at number option 3. Yeah, 8:39. That's, let me look. You have 8:39? Okay. Right, 8:39. So if we move that back for them, the middle school, does it have to start 7:45? Why 7:45? Is bus running or something else that, can they start at 8 o'clock for the middle school instead of 7:45, so that not too early for the middle school, not too, I guess, too late or for the high school?
Yeah, so the thinking, again, remember, transportation, the transportation department said that it's preferred that they have 45 minutes at least between each run. Now we had 30 minutes, but that poses challenges for them to safely deliver all the children on time. With current circumstances, we just thought it would be tough to or difficult to move it at 8 if we had the other recommendations at 7:45. We could take a look at that.
Okay.
But we just wanted to provide as much time as possible for those bus runs.
Right, but for the students' health and wellness, I think like we have like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. That's not 30, not all 30
Correct.
minutes away.
Correct,
So,
you're correct.
so
Yep.
I would like to see if we could make that change. Just suggesting, instead of 7:45, maybe 8 o'clock for the middle school. High school, 8:30 or 8:40, whatever will makes that the students happy. I'm with that. And elementary school, we can start at 9 or 9:15. That's fine. I'm just suggesting.
you.
So let's see if that works for better options. Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
sorry for putting all that.
Good recommendation. You're a committee member now. We're gonna take you in.
I don't want to jump into it, but I thought maybe this is a better way, because you're
Sure.
putting the middle school to 7:45, they have to wake up early. Now they're complaining too when they wake up.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and then the high school is happy. The elementary school, if you're 9:15, they're happy.
Sure.
But the people, the staff, that's what their job is, to go to work.
That's right.
So that's what I thought that would be a good suggestion. But if I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Just to comment on the timing there. Currently, it's 30 minutes between high school and middle school for the I'm talking about busing. And it's 60 minutes for the between middle school and elementary. With option 3, which I won't lie is my favorite. The time between, let me see. So going from the earliest middle school to the high school is 55 minutes. So we could still give 10 minutes back to the middle school, like Sally's suggesting.
Yep.
And they still have their 45 minutes for busing. And the time from high school to elementary school is 35 minutes, which is, I mean, so it's not 45, but they're doing one leg of this in 30 minutes already, and we're asking for 35. So we're giving them still a decent amount of time. So just for what it's worth.
Ms. O'Reilly, if you would just step up to the microphone, just so people online can hear.
I think potentially it was the end of the day. That was an issue with moving middle school to 8 o'clock and a 3 o'clock dismissal, that it would impact all of the end times, because with the schedule now of high school dismissing at 3:15. So there wouldn't be enough time for the bus runs at the end of the day then. But yes, I mean, certainly ideas to look at. But I think that was why initially it involved the moving of the time for middle school to be earlier as well. So they could get out earlier and then have the time frame in between for dismissals.
So in other words, you mean the transportation, the afternoon is 45-minute long instead of 30-minute long? Is that what?
I think we had to look at the transportation blocks of time, both before school and after school. So we didn't always achieve the 45 minutes, as you see on a lot of the schedules. But 15 minutes was certainly something that wasn't going to be possible with a 3 o'clock middle school dismissal and a 3:15 high school dismissal.
Okay. Oh, so if it's 8 o'clock, it make everybody happy. And then in between if it's the same for the morning, the bus rides, why not in the afternoon, the same time going back home? If it's 30 minutes back and forth the morning, the same thing should be happening in the afternoon. One should not be more than 45 minutes or 40 minutes.
Yeah, but I think so, Ms. Tong, what she's referencing is if we would have moved the middle school time to 8 a.m., we were trying to preserve the academic day. We didn't want to cut time off of the day. So if we move that for 15 minutes, then we have to do the same in the afternoon. That would make middle school dismissal time at 3 p.m., high school dismissal time at 3:15 p.m. So they would only be a 15-minute increment. It's just not enough time for transportation. Yes.
Let's see if we can achieve that though, whatever you guys have to do.
All right, thank you, everyone. Just so we'll follow up with continued discussion around it. Since Ms. Sugars mentioned that we probably won't be able to implement this until 2023. Did I understand that correctly? But I would like a decision by the board before the school lets out this year so that we have a plan moving forward and we go into 2023 figuring that out. So if we can have a timeline of that in place, we should be able to have a decision before the end of the school year based on everything that you've presented so far and all the comments from everyone. And then communities, letting us know now until then. Does that work? All right, thank you, Ben.
All right. I'll be Ben number 2 tonight. Awesome. All right. Thanks, everyone. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Melange for the road forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ovadia. And again, thank you to Dr. Morton and the committee for your time. Thank you to the students and to the staff members who joined us this evening for the presentation. Much appreciated for all of your work and looking forward to the additional discussion. Just have a couple of brief updates regarding the road forward. And I volunteered to do this instead of Dr. Morton, since Dr. Morton was engrossed with the school start time and because it's very brief in terms of where the updates are. So everybody's aware, Governor Murphy made an announcement yesterday that the universal mask mandate would extinguish on March the 7th, which means that it will be up to local school districts to make a determination about masking policies within school buildings and at school activities and in classrooms and that kind of thing. Our road forward committees will be reconvening next week. That will be the focus of the discussion with the road forward committee. We'll receive updated information from the road forward committee that will be disseminated to the board. I expect that on the 22nd of February, which is our next regularly scheduled board meeting, we will list that as an old business item, and we'll have a discussion with the board about what steps we will look at taking moving forward beginning on or after March the 7th. Until March the 7th, the current policies and practices that we've been operating with under the executive order are still in place, which means that masks must be worn inside all school buildings and during school activities.
Okay. Next, we're going to turn over to board correspondence. Are there any board members that would like to share correspondence this evening? Mrs. Fleischer?
Thank you. I did actually attend a few meetings. Today I attended the Cherry Hill Zone PTA meeting virtually. It was a great meeting. They really spoke about everything we're speaking about tonight, the middle school redistricting. They also spoke about the bond and the fact of the mask mandate being lifted by the governor. Another thing that they spoke about is our fair funding group run by Lori Deitch. She is the chair, and actually she is willing to come and speak at our meeting. Mr. Ovadia invited her to come and speak on March 8th to talk to us about fair funding and where we're going with it. And they started off doing Tuesday tweets to the governor and our assembly people and our senators to push to make sure that we will still continue to get our fair funding. The budget is set to be released by the governor on the 22nd of March. So for the next few weeks on Tuesdays, they're asking people to tweet out. You can see that on Twitter and Facebook, their things. And also another wonderful thing is they had 8 to 9 schools work on a project for MLK Day of getting together hygiene kits and different things. And they had over 1,800 hygiene kits put together for various, for a great community organization that it's called Community South, I want to just make sure, Community South Jersey. And a wonderful organization that had those 1,800 kits that our kids got together, put them out in all different places around the community. The second thing I went to on the 26th of January is the Garden State Coalition of Schools meeting. It's we were previously very active, and it's a community statewide organization of superintendents and Board of Education members. And it's an outreach and advocacy group that talk about public education. They work with the legislature and public school educators. And this specifically was about the topic of diverse hiring of teachers in New Jersey for public education positions and how it needs to continue to be a priority. And also, interestingly enough, how to creatively engage with diverse high school students to help increase their interest in taking a career path in education. And I thought that was really interesting. The last thing is I want to congratulate West on a wonderful Cinderella show. I was actually able to see it virtually, which is amazing that they got everything together. But you know, these kids were amazing. They had to put it off for a while. So kudos to West Drama Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Friedel?
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that I was able to attend the virtual town hall with the special education students with 504, parents or families with 504s and IEPs, talking about the middle school redistricting. I thought that there was a really fantastic turnout of participants. I want to say that Ms. Mallory did a really nice presentation to kind of focus on the different proposals and how it would impact students with 504s and IEPs. There were a lot of really great comments from the families, and a few students also spoke. So that was a really great opportunity, and hopefully everybody got to view the I guess it's the YouTube clip if you weren't able to view it live and in person. The other thing I just wanted to comment on is that I went to in person to see Cinderella at Cherry Hill West, and once again the theater department did a wonderful production, and it was nice to see the West students on stage, just like it was nice to see the East students a few weeks ago performing.
Thank you. Mr.
I just have a few. On January 26th, which I think was just the day after our last board meeting, was able to participate in the panel for the middle school reconfiguration town hall, which was great. We had a huge showing. I think we've had the most virtual attendees that I can remember seeing on a meeting. Lots and lots of great comments from lots of students and also community members. Definitely some themes that came up. you know, for where people are at. And I think it'll be nice to incorporate those into our discussion. So that was a great experience. And then I was a third wheel joining Ben Ovadia and his wife to get to go see Cinderella in person. It was phenomenal. I was the third wheel, but I don't think your wife minded too much. So it was a great, great production, and it was so good to be there and see it in person. So, which I was lucky I was able to do that. And then I did attend the mental health task force, which is now something that I'm joining. I'm really happy to be on, which was on February 2nd. And it's I guess it's actually all employees in the district who are on that. I'm trying to remember if there are non-employees. And myself, I got to join, and it was really exciting to hear some of the things the mental health task force is doing. A lot of the focus was on the university parent trainings that are being offered and have been offered. The last one was on January 18th. 151 parents attended, and the topic was Untangling the Web. And it was, you know, discussion on social media, primarily, I think, social media use with kids and technology, given by Thrive. And there was discussion about what some other upcoming topics. And one of the main ones that came very clear that the task force thought would be really helpful for families would be, and parents specifically, would be just some of the really prevalent anxiety that kids have about being in school right now, and how that kind of impacts, you know, some of the challenges for certainly a lot of kids, but definitely a group of kids. And how the parents can kind of understand that and help them as the schools are trying to do the same. There's also mental health toolkits for families that are available. Some great resources on the website. And let me see if there's anything else. That was basically it. It was very enjoyable to be there, and I'm glad I got a chance. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
Thank you, Mr. Vadia. I had the opportunity on February the 2nd to attend the Camden County Educational Services Commission meeting and take my oath of office there as our representative, replacing Mr. Ovadia's seat. So I will be able to come back monthly to report out on anything that happens in that meeting.
Wonderful. Anyone else? Of course, I would just add that West's production of Cinderella was very, very well done. Congratulations to the team of professional students, volunteers that put that together so nicely. And it was wonderful to be part of the town hall that we had for families with students with 504s and IEPs. Fun fact, now that Mr. Mayor has joined us, it will take 3 town halls to include all members of the board. So that will be a continuing challenge. All right, anybody else? Wonderful. All right. Oh, was it? Okay. All right, so as we, yes, believe it or not, we're going to do 2 public comments today. And as we get started with that, I would just like to read a brief statement here. Cherry Hill is a community that values education. Educational topics often bring out passionate response. The Cherry Hill Board of Education supports a school climate in which our diversity is a source of strength and all are included. Respect is foundational in how we treat you and how we treat each other, and in how we support our administration and staff in their essential work. Please join us in practicing the utmost respect for all. With that, I will tell you a couple things about first public comment. First, students have got to get to bed, as we learned earlier tonight, and therefore we do allow them, if their hands are raised and we know they're students, to go first. And that's true in the room as well. So for instance, the first hand raised online is a student. For public comment number 1, these should be agenda items, and you should indicate which agenda item you'll be speaking to. This is stuff that we'll be voting on tonight. Everything else really goes to public comment too. As you approach the mic or get unmuted online, please state your name and municipality before you begin speaking. And with that, Yes, and students, again, for that restful sleep, you can speak on any matter at all, not just go first, but speak on anything, even in first public comment. And these are Cherry Hill Public School students, not lifelong learners, as many of us are, but actually students that go to our schools. So with no one approaching the mic, I will start with Aaliyah Gutman, student.
Hi, my name is Zoe Dorn. Hi, my name is Aaliyah Gutman. We are both sixth grade students at Beck. Under Plan 5, we would have to switch middle schools in 8th grade. Kids my age have already not had a full 2 years of elementary school. We just kind of got back to normal from COVID, and now we have to start all over again. Transferring kids in 8th grade who were at their school for 2 years would not be necessary. We would have to start over 3 times in the span of 4 years. No one should have to do that. Kids want their voice heard. People chose to be at their schools for a reason, and now you're switching it. We have gotten 225 signatures on our petition to stay at our school. So not just we agree, more than half of the 6th grade at Beck agrees. We love Beck and don't want to leave, and neither do our peers at the 2 other middle schools. Also, we hope that you can keep start time at 8 o'clock or push it later. It's really aggravating to have to walk to school and to have to walk to the bus stop in the dark, and we're all really sleep deprived. Thank you.
Thank you. With no one in the room approaching the mic, we will go to what I believe is Dr. Podowitz with a phone number.
Hello, my name is Jeff Podowitz and I live in Cherry Hill, okay? The board action item that I want to comment on, and it is a board action item, is 17.1. Please vote no. This is my explanation. What is a consent agenda? At every board meeting, at least a few items come to the agenda that do not need any discussion or debate, either because they are routine procedures or are already unanimous consent. Typically, consent agenda items are routine procedural decisions and decisions that are likely to be non-controversial. All right? I have seen items where you all pass a consent agenda that really aren't routine. In order to start a consent agenda, the board should first adopt a rule of orders allowing for the consent agenda process. That is 17.1. And I'm asking you to say no to that. This process has been used previously, and really, I don't feel this is the way this consent agenda should be used by a board. And it's especially concerning to me and maybe to others that this is a community of the whole, and you don't have separate committee meetings where people can make comments and then you could judge those comments. So it's just something that I really want you to vote no on, and let's see some discussion. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Podowitz. Okay, it's quiet. Oh, no. Okay. Yes, please.
Hi, hello. I just want to reflect back on my past 6 months and just really talk about like why A and I started Cherry
Can
Hill
you,
students.
can you tell us your name?
Oh, sorry.
And municipality? That's okay.
Thank you. My name is Gina Liu. I'm a junior at East currently. And I just again want to reflect back on the past 6 months and go back to why Ada and I started Cherry Hill students for later start times. So personally, as part of my work as class president, I learned from my surveys and focus groups that the last year start times, while 9:45 isn't part of our 4 proposals, it was such a huge benefit to all the students. Time and time again, people told me how they felt so much more energized and well overall. It was helping them to get more sleep, and some kids even woke up early to do schoolwork in the morning. And just coming back to this year just reaffirms how important this year is. So many people I know are tired all the time, and so many people have fallen into extremely unhealthy habits. If you think caffeine addiction is a 20s thing, I digress. It is not. And it's through the 6 months now, and everything that I see on a daily basis reaffirms my conviction that these start times do need to be pushed. And I also just want to take some time to thank Aiden. Even though he's not here, he is really an amazing partner throughout all of this. They're a genius, okay? Every sense of the word. But I also want to thank Dr. Morton, Dr. Perry, everyone in the committee. Imagine like an 8-hour meeting. Now imagine 3 8-hour meetings. Your brain is kind of mush by the end of it. And I'm also just extremely proud, inspired to see how different people can come together to make this happen. So I'm a junior, right? So whenever I'm not thinking about colleges, what college am I going to? I'm thinking about my time here in Cherry Hill. And I really do love this district. I don't use the word love lightly. I love the people, I love the schools, and I love our continued conviction to always do what's right for the safety and health of our students. I believe that we can do right by our students, show that we can put their health and safety of utmost priority. Thank you.
Thank you. So. Oh, all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Bob. Was this about the middle school redistricting? Should
Okay,
wait for
that's
later,
not on our
or-
action agenda for tonight. So, it's not even called that.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
going to be second public comment for that.
Oh, I apologize. I missed
That's
that.
okay. That's right. Yeah, no, we're not, the reason is that we're not voting on something tonight. Tonight will be a discussion, but actually, since I did it wrong just now, we're going to go to the line with Alana Yaris, and then we'll come back to the. Oh, except we've got a student. Oh, my goodness. All right, man, these are conflicting. It's like the 3 rules of robotics, they have to kind of work in concert. All right.
I'll let them.
If you would have a
speak
seat,
first.
we'll get right back.
I'll let them
Okay?
speak first.
Yeah, okay. Now it's even more conflicting rules. All right. So we're going to ask the student to come back. My apologies to everyone involved in tonight's festivities, but we will take your comment next. Sorry. I don't know.
All right. Hello, my name is Vox. I'm also a junior at Cherry Hill East. And I guess, all right. So there's roughly, I think 3,500 high school students between East and West and Cherry Hill. And if we say there's 180 school days in a given academic year, we can then estimate that pushing the start times back about an hour gives us about 3,500 extra hours, 180 times in a year. That gets us about 72 years of extra sleep. That's about a metric lifetime. 72 years of irreplaceable brain development, increased academic performance, decreased traffic accidents, improved mental health, the overall community wellness. Wellness that'll have a permanent and lasting positive effect on Cherry Hill students for the rest of their lives. I understand that, of course, sympathize with the valid concerns that would arise surrounding such a change, but I would urge the board to keep in mind the irreplaceable opportunities that are lost with each passing year. Thus urge the board to, as soon as all requisite logistical concerns are allayed and preparations can be made, move with all haste to effect necessary change, as each single year lost here can translate to 72 by our children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the line with Alana Yaris.
Alana Yaris, Cherry Hill. I'm speaking to agenda item, I think 20.4. It's in the 20 section, but I'm not sure if it's 0.4. I noticed it says, be it resolved that the persons listed be approved for 1.5 hours of training each for CPR certification on February 1st, 2022. And your meeting is February 8th, 2022. And I've noticed that sometimes on agenda items, there are items that are being approved retroactively. And I just want to make sure that those items are just rubber stamped and always going to be approved, or if there's ever going to be a situation where a staff member is participating or being approved for that they would not be approved for something that they've already completed, and then it's a loss of income for them, even though they've serviced that activity. I hope that made sense. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming down? Okay, wonderful. Back to the audience.
Hello, my name is Josh Ching. I'm a current junior at Cherry Hill High School East. As a minor topic of consideration, high schoolers currently have a 50-minute break on in the middle of the day, split into lunch breaks 1 and 2. While I can only speak for East, food lines and crowding are already excessive, And I believe that reducing this lunch period to 30 minutes, as some recommendations may, could inadvertently exacerbate this issue. Now, the current system allows students to split their time between eating, club meetings, homework, studying, what have you. This is a convenient and simple split for students, and in this form, I believe office hours already exist. However, compressing this time to half to only one lunch break would force students to effectively choose between one or the other. Lunch break meetings already under half an hour, and waiting in these lines, I believe, will cut well into this. I would ask that the board please consider retaining the 2 lunch break system when evaluating recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me just, sorry. Anyone on one? Ah, okay.
Yes, in reference to all of the agenda items, I'm asking, please help those of us who are, sometimes I listen at home and I'm in the back. It is very challenging to understand what some of you all are saying and what some of the people come up and say. So I'm just asking, maybe you can do something. I really want to learn. I'm here to find out what's going on, but I can't understand sometimes what is being said, and I'm being very sincere.
Okay. This would usually belong in second public comment, but I've made an exception that maybe other people wouldn't have agreed with. Okay, so next we go to the line. We've got Isa Sayani, who is a student. Potential. Yes.
Hi, my name is Isa Sayani. I'm a junior at Cherry Hill East. I just wanted to come on and say how great I think the push for later start times has been. I was working on it last year with Gina and Aiden and some other students at the very beginning, and I think it's really great what they've done, what the committee has done, and I really appreciate everyone being so receptive to our concerns. With one of the proposals, I just want to come on and say, like, with the hour lunch break, I hope that the board will keep that and take into consideration. I'm a student athlete. I know a lot of kids are student athletes who are also very involved in school, and obviously we don't have time after school to be able to go to lunch, and with the amount of activities that we're involved in, it's really hard to be able to get the help that we need and go to the activities that we need. I simply wouldn't have enough time in my day to be able to do that if my lunch break were cut out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for the line, and no one's approaching the mic. So we're going to move to our committee of the whole agenda, and I will turn it over to. Huh? Did you want to come up? Okay, we'll go back. All right. Thank you, Mr. Short.
Yes, we apologize. We came back in late, but there are a few of us who wanted to make public comments. So, oh yeah, sorry. So Aiden Rude, Cherry Hill. So I just wanted to kind of echo what Gina said. Gina and I worked together to start the Cherry Hill Public Schools for Cherry Hill Students for Later School Start Times organization. We organized students to come speak to you back in June about this issue. We did a lot of research on the issue, and we really helped get this process into motion. And we're very excited about what's happened. We were excited to serve on the committee and be a part of this process and see that the district really has listened to student voices on this issue and cares about the science and the research and the student health and safety implications. So what we're hoping now is to just see follow through on that. We've seen a great process occur. We've seen all of this inquiry. But if it doesn't result in a change, then we could be back to the drawing board years from now. Start times are something that's been discussed for many years. We know that in Cherry Hill, even this has come up in years past, and we kind of saw it pushed down the road. And so the hope is that we can really have action now. There's certainly, as Dr. Morton has said, as everyone has said, are challenges, but they're challenges that are worth overcoming because they're challenges that are opposed by other challenges that have to do with student health and safety. The really basic premise that Gina and I came into this with was we looked at the challenges that keeping early start times had, and we looked at the challenges that changing them had, and we weighed them against each other. Keeping early start times harm the health and safety of students. They lead to more car crashes. They lead to more substance abuse. They lead to increased rates of suicide and depression and anxiety, all these horrible things that are affecting our students. So the question is, do you want to change that? and, have a positive impact on that? Or do you want to have a positive impact on keeping athletic schedules the same and keeping bus routes the same? We felt it was more important to prioritize health and safety. And so now that we've gone through this process, we just hope that you will really take swift action. As there's been some discussion about tonight, do we kind of continue this process for a long time, continue to seek more input, keep this going, keep it going into future years and try to eventually make a change? Or do we move swiftly with all the input we've already received to make a change? And so, the committee has all these recommendations. Any of them would be great. Don't want to say, go with one recommendation or the other. Just want to say, please go with at least one of them and do it as soon as you can, because this is really important. And that's what we hope to see come out of this. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. I don't want to cut it short. Anybody in the audience feel like yeah, please. Absolutely.
Good evening. My name is Anna Neubauer, and I'm currently a junior at Cherry Hill High School East. I'm here today to urge you to take immediate action to enforce later school start times for our district. High school is notoriously known for early start times, perpetually exhausted teenagers, and sleep deprivation. Cherry Hill is no exception, as many students only sleep a few hours per night, sometimes only enough to count on one hand. This schedule is not sustainable for the well-being of myself and my peers, and our district needs to strive to prioritize the health and safety of its students. Countless studies will tell you that later start times will lead to improved mental health and physical health, reduced car accident rates, improved alertness and academic performance, and reduced chronic sleep loss. These changes would drastically improve the overall environment of our school and make it more sustainable for everyone. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, 87% of high school students are consistently not receiving the recommended 8.5 to 9.5 hours of sleep on school nights. This is creating extremely problematic and concerning effects for our student body, such as decreased attention, memory, declining mental health, and much more. The CDC recommends schools to start at a minimum of 8:30 a.m. This would be a great improvement for Cherry Hill schools, as it would allow its students to receive more sleep and improve their overall well-being. Immediate action is necessary to create effective change. Your students are counting on you to make the right decision for their health and safety. I implore each of you to take what my peers and I are communicating and take action in favor of a later start time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let me just say one thing, which is, first of all, the best meetings are the meetings where students are doing the most speaking. And I really, really appreciate all the students who have spoken. Now, Mrs. Arroyo leads this charge for us, and she said that we have to come, to, and we have consensus on the board that we have to address this. We have to take some action. Of course, by nature of our board, it has to be deliberative. But, the champion of this issue is saying to you, yeah, we've got to do something. And then there's consensus on the board to do it. So rest assured, your efforts have been well worthwhile, and it's going to help students. We're not there yet today, but we are very committed to this process, and I think you have a unanimity in that. So really, really appreciate it. And with that said, I will try to go to committee of the whole, and I will turn it over to actually Mrs. Arroyo.
Thanks, Ben. So we have a lot to kind of go over, and I'll try to keep my piece short. Dr. Mahan, if I could just go into talking about the wishing tree. So, I'd love to for you guys to hear about this great book. So the wishing tree is the 6th grade whole class book, and it was such a great and fun read. I fell in love with it. I read it to the kids. So the main character is Red, and the story is told from the perspective of a tree. And it brings in a lot of different themes and about community and conflict, and then coming together and unifying. So it's such a great book, and I think the 6th grade class would really enjoy this. It was a good choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aurora. I guess with that, we can move right into the second part of our presentation, the CNI agenda, which is high school summer reading. I see that Mrs. McCartney is in the room and has come to the microphone, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the feedback on Wish Tree, and I'm excited to share it with our 6th graders. So I'm here to present summer reading to all of you. So as you can see on the screen right now, our 2022 middle school summer reading, we are going to have no changes in the titles or assignments for this summer. So listed on the screen are just the titles that we have had, I think, for the last 2 years and will continue this year. And just as we start this conversation again, reminding ourselves that the goals of summer reading are to promote reading by offering students choice. To create a sense of community and shared kind of common background for students as they begin a new school year together, and to expose students to a variety of genres, perspectives, and voices. So that is something we tried to continue as we looked at a new thematic topic and some different titles for our high school summer reading. So our theme for the summer is Fantastic Journeys, and this theme actually came from the community survey that we did in September and October. And the idea is that we have all been stuck at home and we all want to break free. So let us go travel somewhere. Let us go on a fantastic journey and get out of the last 2 years. So the final summer reading assignment will include only 5 books. So you see 7 up there, just we wanted to have some extras pending the board review. One of these books, Orphan Train, is already board approved. The other ones will have to go through the board approval process. We do plan to share a book guide for readers again this year. So as we recommend books for students from 9th to 12th grade, we realize that there are differences in levels, maturity, interest. So we will provide that book guide that includes information about the genre, a suggested age range, a brief synopsis, and warnings of any mature content so that students and families are prepared as they make their decision. So just some information about the summer reading book review process. We did a community survey in September and October. And as you can see, that's where we got the idea for our theme. We also got some suggestions of titles. And then we do a text review from November to January. So what this looks like is we have a team of ELA teachers, media specialists, and administrators. This year, our team was actually 20 teachers, and that included ELA teachers, special education teachers, ESL teachers, and our media specialists. So we try to make sure that we have a large group coming together to give voice. We began with a list of 17 books, and through this process, we narrowed it down to these 7 that we're sharing with you today. So as we review the books, we look at text complexity. So looking at structure, language, maturity of content, Lexile score, how those things all balance out and how we are making sure that we're offering a variety for our students. We examine it for representation. So a variety of voices, perspectives, and genres. We look for evidence of bias in the curriculum. So key here is looking at invisibility, who is left out, stereotyping, fragmentation and isolation, and linguistic and cosmetic bias. And this is one that's very challenging because most books have some of this in there. So it's looking at, well, what's the purpose of this being in here? Is it teaching us something? Is it showing us something? And then also looking at it as a set, you know, how do the different books balance each other? And then we also look for grade level themes and opportunities for interdisciplinary learning. From there, the high school curriculum team and the book reviewers meet and we determine which text we bring to you. So just to give you an idea of the range that we have, for genres, we have nonfiction, memoir, novel and verse, a graphic nonfiction, fantasy, science fiction, and historical fiction. So we're trying to make sure that we're offering students different genres there. Our authors and characters represent diverse peoples and backgrounds. So just some of the groups included are Filipino Americans, Afro-Latina, LGBTQ, Native American, and Asian American. And our Lexiles range from a high-low 550. So what that means is your Lexile is lower, but the H means the maturity and the content is higher, all the way up to a 990. So the next step in the curriculum and instruction book review is to have members of the CNI committee review the books, just like Ms. Arroyo did for us with Wish Tree. We have hard copies for you here. I believe Dr. Morton brought them in for you. They are also available on Sora. So if you'd like to go to Sora, you can sign in with your @chclc.org. You can do an ebook, and all but one of the books are available as an audiobook. So that's how we think about that for accessibility as well. Any questions?
No, I don't see any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then Dr. Mahan, are you? Give us the
Yes,
talk about, thank you.
You're welcome. The other items that we have remaining on our agenda for this evening all relate to summer programs. The first one is for Camp Kilmer, formerly called Campaign. That program will be July 5th through August 28th for a total of 15 days. The major change to the program this year is that we will only be offering before care and the program will end at 1 o'clock. We have had some staffing challenges, so we are unable to provide the full wraparound care and program until 6 o'clock in the evening. That program is funded through Title I funds. The next item on the agenda is ESY. Mrs. Mallory and Mrs. Wethington, if I missed something, please feel free to chime in. The program will run at Barclay for preschool, at Johnson Elementary School for elementary, and at Carusi Middle School for secondary students. The program will run July 5th through August 4th, a Monday through Thursday program. Barclay will be from 9 to 12. Elementary will be 9 to 12 and or 9 to 2 for self-contained students. The secondary program will be 8 until 11 for the academy and 8 to 1 for self-contained students. The program will continue to provide transportation for students who participate. And I believe that's it for that program. Mrs. Mallory or Mrs. Wethington, did I miss anything? Okay.
No, you got it all. Nice job.
Thank you. And then the last program that we have this evening are the summer enrichment programs, which include the summer music program that will run from July 5th to July 28th. Typically Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Times will be determined. The PSAT and college essay program that runs for 2 weeks at the high school level, helping students prepare for the SAT as well as writing their college essay. And finally, the summer enrichment program, which runs from July 18th to July 21st. These programs will be housed at Cherry Hill High School East and Cherry Hill High School West. Any questions on any of the summer programs?
I'm sorry, Dr. Mahan, I just couldn't hear clearly the Camp Kilmer. Camp Kilmer. What time will it end instead of 6?
1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then the last item that was
I'm
on.
sorry, Dr. Mahan here. Miriam has a question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you. So since when I read this, I realized summer planning is well underway. Dr. Mahan, at this point, do you know if there will be any updates on any other summer programming that may be offered using ESSER funds, in any way that resemble what was offered last summer? Is that on the docket to be considered? And is there a timeline where we might learn about that if that's the case?
Yes, that is on the timeline to be considered. At our last district administrative meeting, we had a conversation regarding if programs would be housed at the respective schools or if a district-wide program would be held. The consensus across the administrative team was to house a district-wide program similar to what we had structured last year. So now we are in the planning phases of advertising for teachers to present different sessions during that summertime program, identifying the dates for those programs to be offered, and then identifying staff. One of the main reasons why we did not go with school-based programs is because, as you have heard over and over again over the last 18 months, staffing is certainly a concern. So information is forthcoming, but we are planning for district-wide programs similar to what we had last summer.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question to Mrs. Friedels. The Camp Kilmer program, Could you just clarify the earlier ending time? Is that essentially there's no aftercare being offered or wraparound care? Or is that the program itself is truncated, the day is truncated and the program is truncated?
There is no, the enrichment portion of the day has been eliminated. So that includes the wraparound services, which are the enrichment programs, and then the aftercare program that is traditionally provided through SAC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then we're ready for the next part, Dr. Meehan.
Okay, I couldn't see any other hands. I wasn't sure. And the last item on the CNI agenda for this evening is the NJSLA and NJGPA testing schedule. We shared with you a very detailed schedule so that with notes at the top, so that you could see all of the things that go into planning the testing assessment calendar for the spring testing window. Mrs. Smidge Sadwin, who you've seen present in the last few weeks, as well as Mrs. Faith Holmgren, are intricately involved in preparing the schedule along with the administrators at the respective building levels to ensure that we can test all of the students across the district. So I don't know if there's any questions on the testing schedule.
There's no questions.
Okay, that's all we have. Dr. Martin, do you have anything, or Mrs. Mallory?
I do not. I'm good.
Thank you, Mrs. Arroyo.
Thank you. Ben? Oh,
Thank-
just a reminder for the committee to pick out the book that they're going to be reading.
Thanks. Turn it over to Ms. Stern.
Okay, so we're moving on to buildings and facilities. And we have a pretty robust agenda tonight. So, and I think Mrs. Sugars is going to be providing a lot of updates for us. If you would provide for us the updates on upcoming capital projects for 2022-2023 school year.
Certainly. As you know, we're in the midst of our budget process, which we're coming down the home stretch for. And part of that budget process is that we, at this point during the year, make some decisions about what types of capital projects we want to do over the next school year. And so this is a tentative list. It's not been finalized yet, but I wanted to share with the board some of the ideas that we have been discussing. One is, as you know, we have been focusing on ADA work at the schools, making sure that there is accessibility to the main office or the main entrance of the buildings. Right now, the next two schools that we are talking about are Stockton and Malberg. Malberg is in dire need of updating, as you many board members know, just walking across the parking lot. Stockton is just literally falling apart. So those are the two schools that we're looking at to move forward with. That work would actually take place over next summer. This summer, we will be working on two ADA projects that we budgeted for in this budget year, and that is Payne, hence why Camp Payne is Camp Kilmer this year. Oh goodness, went out of my head. The other school that we're doing, it'll come back to me. Beck, thank you, Mr. Bart. That's right. And then another thing that we have been talking about, we'll be doing some extensive HVAC work, focusing at all of the schools, starting some of the work that will be finished through the bond referendum. We're using some of our ESSER and ARP funds to do that work. We don't quite have enough money. We're short, just shy of about $2 million. So we may be allocating some of our capital reserve funds to supplement the grant funds that we received to finish up that work. That work will focus mainly on getting head-end controls in each of the buildings, and we will do work in all 19 buildings. The other item that we have talked about is a model playground at Barclay. We have funds set aside in ARP, IDEA funds to do some ramp work over there. So we would tie the playground work in with the ramp work, as well as focus on some other handicapped accessible work that needs to be done over in that building. And then also, I know the board had talked about pulling certain projects out of the bond referendum. And so there's a few projects that we are thinking about as well. One of the projects was shade structures at the middle schools. As we have explored this further, we're actually thinking more about pavilions over shade structures because we think we would get more use out of those and they would be a more permanent structure. Also, we had pulled all the work out of our maintenance building and really need a generator in that building. It's the hub often when we have snowstorms and other emergencies. And also, we have been thinking about replacing that 1929 boiler for some time. So that's another project that we're looking at. So those are some of the projects. We'll finalize that list in the coming weeks as we wrap up the budget. In terms of budget and where we are coming down the home stretch. We are finishing up putting in all of our salary information from our physician control roster. We are finishing up our out-of-district tuition replacements. Dr. Malash and I met yesterday and went over the budget and some of the items that we had to make some decisions about. Also, we did get some information concerning our health benefits. As you know, benefits are a large ticket item in our budget each year. So we know that our prescription provider is proposing a 6% increase. We'll know more information about our health benefits provider after the end of the month. I can tell you that we are anticipating an increase. How much that increase will be is yet to be determined. And one thing that I did want to point out to the board that we need to have some discussion about is the fact that given our board meeting schedule and the governor's address right now is scheduled for February 22nd, which is our next meeting. State aid numbers will be released on February 24th. Initial submission budget needs to be approved by March 21st. We have two board meetings, March 8th and March 22nd, which literally means we would receive our state aid numbers after our February meeting and then have to turn around and approve the budget on March 8th without a lot of discussion and kind of making sure the board understands what the information is. So I think that unfortunately, I know we have a lot of meetings, but we may need to consider adding an additional meeting just focused on budget to make sure that we can get that approved in our statutory timeline. And we can also make sure that the board has all the information that they need. So that's something that the board's going to need to consider.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sugar. So perhaps that's something we should get feedback on tonight, if that's something that the board is, I don't really even know if we have too much of a choice about it. It sounds
No,
like
I
it's
would,
kind of
I would agree. We need another
a
meeting to
must.
focus on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do a quick straw poll if everyone's okay with adding that meeting in, and then we'll kind of circle back to the other topic items. So that would be adding an additional budget focused only board meeting, which would be held on March 15th. Thank you. Can I just straw poll, show of hands if people are okay with that idea? Okay, great. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and add that to our packed meeting schedule. Listen, just don't plan to do anything else except do Board of Ed work for the next, I don't know, 2 more months. And then, maybe it'll lighten up a little. I just want to thank Mrs. Sugars. We got a chance to meet and look at how do we tie in our district goals with the next 12 months of buildings and facilities committee meetings. And Mrs. Sugars, I really, appreciated your working, with me and making time to meet with me about that. I think we have a really good schedule ahead of us, at least tentative, as we added more stuff tonight with the food service further discussions later on in the year about, I don't know, kiosks or something like that. But, I think the piece I do want to just say about that is that the board has been asking and talking about how do we collaborate together on really making sure the budget is something that we're all a part of. And, Mrs. Sugars, and the rest of the team have a tremendous amount of work to do this year, have had. The budget is pretty much together, pretty close. So I think realistically, as a board, we were going to start very early next year in the fall to have really robust discussions on our budget priorities and how they align with the district goals that we develop, which of course impacts the district goal review. So we have a lot of work to do and we're going to do it. And I think for now, we have a budget that's pretty much together. But next year, we're going to have, I think the process will be hopefully very engaging for all of us. So just want to put that out there. And I'm going to at that point stop and ask for questions and comments about the items discussed so far. Mrs. Arroyo?
I just really like the idea of adding the pavilions to the middle school, so I'm looking forward to that.
Mrs. Fleischer?
I agree with Ms. Arroyo. The question I had for Mrs. Sugars is, what do you find the timeline, do you think the timeline would be to start the pavilions for the middle schools?
That's a very good question that unfortunately I can't answer at this point, mainly because of all the supply chain issues. And we just literally just had that conversation. I was talking to Mr. Garrison about it, and it's kind of what, we had thought that maybe we should pursue something that's a more permanent structure. So we're just really in the initial stages. But the one thing I do like is that if we keep it separate from the referendum, it can move in its own timeline. It's not contingent upon the bond passing and all that kinds of things. So sooner rather than later.
Great, thank you.
Any other board member comments or questions so far? Okay. I just want to thank you, Mrs. Sugars. I mean, I think the piece that we've gotten a lot of feedback from the community about, and that I think you've really incorporated, was how do we make sure we focus on ADA work and do that with or without bond funds. And you're definitely focusing on that in this budget and with capital reserves. I really appreciate that, especially. And I also want to just, point out again, the feedback we've gotten from the community. There are, each school provided, sentiments about projects that they would like to see at their schools be done. And I think it's really important that we're continuing to do some of these projects with the funds that we have. I think it's really responsible. I think it's good stewardship. And, I think we're just really in a good direction. And so I just really want to thank you for all that. And now I have my glasses on so I can see the next item. Sorry. And the agenda, we're going to go to the food service update.
Yes, so I had asked Mr. Bridges to provide me kind of a where are we now update. I know that in the fall, we had lots of concerns about food service. And so I included your update, which hopefully you had a chance to take a look at. But the good news is that we are making some progress. We have gone from 36 vacancies down to 22 vacancies. So that's a good thing. The more staff that we have, the more things that we can do with our food service program. We took a little bit of January was bumpy, as it was for a lot of people. We had a lot of staff members who were out, but I think as we're coming out of the Omicron surge, hopefully we'll see some more consistency in staff attendance. So we have been able to change, as we started out in the beginning of the school year, we were on a 1 week cycle menu. In December, we went to a 3 week cycle menu with a hot meal every day. Then in January, we went to a 4 week cycle menu. And in February, we started our 5 week cycle menu. So that's great because it's getting more variety, more offerings that, the students hopefully will participate in. We started a Flavors of the World promotion, and I sent home some materials about that, some of the Mediterranean bowls and things like that that we're offering at the secondary schools. We also were able to hire a assistant food service director, Keith Haig. He is a Cherry Hill resident and he comes to us from Panera's. So comes in with a little bit of a different mindset and, has some great ideas and has been a great addition to the Aramark team. Also, part of the contract with Aramark is they have provided us with 2 refrigerated vehicles. We had our own vehicle and it was at the point where it needed to be replaced. And I don't know if you've ever priced a refrigerated truck, but they are outrageously expensive. So as part of the contract with Aramark, we opted to have them provide the vehicles instead of us. And that has, particularly in this environment that we're in now, has helped tremendously to have those trucks to be able to deliver product to the elementary schools. We have started up our self-serve condiment bars again. So that will help out at the high schools with the meals that we're serving. And then on January 28th, we had our first hot breakfast Friday. And we offered a hot bagel sandwich that day. So we're excited about that. Everyone loves a nice hot breakfast this time of year. And then we are going to move into made to order stations. This is something that Mr. Bridges has wanted to implement. One will be a made to order deli and the other one will be a rotating theme. So we'll have like Latin, Asian, Italian, those types of foods to offer. Obviously that's contingent upon staffing, but we're hoping that at the secondary levels that we can start to offer some of those things and bring back some of the specialty items that we really would like to be able to do. Also, we're going to extend hours for our a la carte items so that students, particularly at the secondary level, can grab snacks and drinks and things of that nature. So that's my update.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments about the update on food service?
Just thank you so much for doing all that and making sure that we were getting better options for our students, because I know that was a really big concern. And I really like hearing all the updates and what we've got going on now, so I appreciate that.
Mrs. Tan?
Sorry. I really appreciate Mr. Sugar for doing that, updating all the goodie foods that we're serving the students. I think the students are very appreciative of that. They're all complaining there's no food to eat. I'm like, okay, what do I do? Mr. Sugar, thank you for that. And I'm not sure, are we on 13.3 right now or not yet? Are we on 13.3? 13.3. Oh, can I ask a question on that? Sure. Okay. Can you tell me the Cherry Hill High School, I guess, what do you mean by the amount we spent for 17,000? Can you explain how that works for how many students or how many? I know the number of rides, but how long of the distance? I guess I'm not sure. So if you can explain.
So this is one student that we're transporting. I don't have the details in front of me right now, but my guess is that this is perhaps a student who's been displaced and we're bringing him back to the district for educational services.
Yes, I think about the distance involved with this. For each ride is like $308. I'm just curious, is it like a really long ride or is it like a short distance or?
I don't know the distance, and it's really, I don't know that the distance is always the deciding factor. Sometimes it's just the timing of the day. If they're already running other routes, it's difficult for them to add something in, particularly routes that have been established since the beginning of the year. So that could have been the factor. Unfortunately, I don't have the details in front of me, but I can certainly send that out.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Tong, and this is not something we're voting on today, so we have time to get the information. Sure. Okay, any other questions or comments? And Mr. Avadia.
Yes, no, just great. Thank you for the update, and it's good news to hear on this staffing update, that gulf is getting better. So that's great.
Any other questions, comments from board members? I guess, Mrs. Sugars, my only last question is, and it's something we've discussed, previously we discussed last week, the idea of having the job posting for Aramark to support them by having it on possibly front and center on our website or just easily accessible through our website.
Yes, we in the past have sent it out in our newsletter. We have supported them with social media postings, and I'm sure, we can absolutely continue those things.
That would be great. I think, you and I were chatting a little bit about that, and, most people I know, when they're looking for a job, they go to the website of the place that they think they're looking for the job. So I know that we, have a contract with Aramark, but because if they're interested in working in our school district, they're probably going to go to our website. So having that easily accessible, I think anything we can do to help, right? I was looking at the list of things that are supply chain issues, and I thought maybe parents could send in, send their kids in with forks and knives and spoons if we're running low, maybe they'll bring them from home. I mean, whatever we can do. So anyway, thank you so much. And I think that's it. So we can move on to our next committee. And that would be Mrs. Elmore Stratton.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Stern. The Human Resources Committee, we just have one item to share. The sick leave bank policy and regulation is what we discussed. So that will be up for first reading in P&L. Did anyone have any questions? Okay, then I'm good.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Ms. Friedel for P&L.
Thank you. So the first item that we'll be discussing this evening is middle school redistricting. Mrs. Wethington, I think, is there a brief update that you'll be presenting, or Ms. Mallory will be presenting?
Ms. Mallory's going to present. She'll share the presentation that she displayed at the special ed town hall.
I've enlisted Dr. Morton for technical assistance and sharing. Thank you. So thank you for the feedback for the town hall. I'll try to go through this fairly quickly. I know there is a recording of the town hall if anyone would like more information. The slideshow you're going to see this evening is similar. Well, it is what was already presented to the board, and this is going to have notes as it relates specifically to special ed and 504 students. I do need to start with a disclaimer. Special ed programs and student enrollment of programs for the 23-24 school year will have an impact on all the options that are considered for student services. As programs expand, there's certainly more opportunity in buildings for them to be included, and we prioritize continuums of programs wherever possible. Students with 504 plans will be able to access their accommodations in any of the scenarios discussed. All staff are responsible for implementing student 504 plans. You can go next one. This is an overview of the options considered. And moving into option number one, similar to the way it was presented to the board, we did a SWOT analysis related to special education. So looking at option one, strengths appeared that they would be lower enrollment at Beck would allow space for more special programs. Weaknesses would be with Rosa overcapacity, it would be difficult to have special programs. Opportunities for option one are continuum programs for students at Beck and Carusi. Threats, there's very limited inclusivity of students in special programs. Looking at option two, our strengths would be a lower enrollment at Rosa would allow space for additional special programs. Weaknesses, Carusi is almost at capacity and it would be a challenge to have our special programs there. Opportunities is a continuum of programs for students at Rosa, and threats, again, very limited inclusivity for students at Beck and Rosa. Looking at option three, strengths would be lower enrollment at Rosa would allow for space for special programs. Weaknesses, a high enrollment of Beck will limit the ability to have special programs. Opportunities with more programs, there can be a continuum at ROSA. And threats in this scenario with more programs at ROSA, programs are not equitable across the district. For option 4, which is the 6th grade center, looking at strengths, every program would be housed at ROSA. Weaknesses, BEC will be limited for new programs and continuum due to space. Some opportunities, more inclusive community at ROSA due to the number of programs. And threats, students with special needs will have additional transition to 7th grade. Changes in schools present much more difficulty for certain populations of students. We would have to be proactive in supporting the change with district transition programs, open houses, visits from ROSA, et cetera. Looking at option 5, our strengths, lower numbers at ROSA and BEC will allow us to house more programs. Weaknesses, Carusi being at capacity would limit the option for special program placements. Opportunities, 2 middle schools will be more inclusive of all special students in special education. And threats, Carusi would not be able to have multiple programs or maintain a continuum of classes. Again, this is an overview of the options considered. Attended every meeting that the committee held and was able to be a voice for special education. Ms. Wethington also was a voice for special education with her background. So that was very important. Concerns were shared and considered by the committee from special education. And looking at the committee's recommendations, the committee supports both options, both option 4 and 5. However, no options have formally been ruled out, which is why we discussed each one of them tonight as they relate to special education. And I do want to note that our CPAG group is seeking more members for input and overall support. Please visit our district website for information on how to contact CPAG. It gives parents an opportunity to have a voice in the different buildings in the district for topics such as these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mallory. So members of the Board of Education, tonight, we really have to provide direction to the administration. So we've had town halls, we have had emails, we've had thought exchanges. So tonight, we really need to look to the members of the board to provide direction. So 2 recommendations were presented, well, 5 possibilities were presented, 2 recommendations, but anything is on the table. The one that I think have heard the most about is the 6th grade center at ROSA. And then if not that, what do we want the district to present? So I'm really going to be looking to you to share your insight, your thoughts, so that when we leave here this evening, the administration has direction to come to us with a recommendation in the next few months. I know it's after 9. Mr. Avadia?
Thanks, Ms. Friedel. So just following this issue, and I did a little bit of forensics of the last 2 years of what people have talked about and thought about. Had the pleasure of being part of the last town hall, and I've read, all of the thought exchange. It is a little bit late, but you know what? We're doing good work, and it's worth it, everyone. There's no doubt that there's benefits to everything that has been considered and has been presented, but I'm of the mind as a single board member that we should be looking at 3, 6 to 8 grade schools. That there's definitely advantage to a 6th grade center, but that frankly, we're in a time of a lot of change. And I think that for much of the community, and especially in the town halls we've just had, that seems to be a bridge too far. I think that people have spoken into, and I think we face a continual reality of being in a pandemic. And I think despite our initial timeline, we are heading into another selection process this month, as a matter of fact. I think that where kids start in middle school, they should be allowed to finish within our system. And that does a couple things, but it gives, I think, the community and the children and students most of all, time to understand what's coming and then adequately prepare for it. I think in the last leg of this, we've also seen that dividing a school community feels, oh, I'm sorry, feels not great. We've gotten a lot of feedback that, so where we could not split, ascending school where that's possible. And I think one of the things also is that this is, I mean, administration had unanimously told us, and we I think as a board agree that elementary and middle school has to be done together, but you do have to start somewhere. And so where we're starting for some systemic reasons is middle school. But I think thinking about this in terms of a shift that happens concurrently with middle school, we would still be talking about the 23-24 school year. So that's what I've heard, that's what I've seen. And for me, that is the direction, as one of 9, I would want to give going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fleischer?
Thank you. I'm agreeing a lot with Mr. Avadia. I've been speaking with a lot of people, and just by listening to all the town halls and appreciating the work of the committee, I came up with some things also that I believe that should be included. And it doesn't necessarily go into one of the options we were given, but it can be sort of morphed into possibly one of them. I also agree, no 6th grade center, 3 6 to 8 schools for Rosa, Kersey, and Beck. Also, not splitting any of the elementary schools is very important to me. I really think that was one of the things that came out very strongly with both of the town halls. And kids staying in the school that they started in. I believe that also, like what Mr. Avadia said. Another thing I wanted to bring out, and I don't know, I'm not sure how difficult this would be. And Ms. Mallory, you were wonderful to be in all the committee meetings, but hearing just the, at the town hall with the 504s and the IEPs, about the possibility of having special programs in each of the schools. That is something that they would like and that community would really like. I don't know how possible it is, but to try to actually look into that and see the possibilities would be wonderful. And I think lastly, we do have to bring in equity to make sure that all of our kids have the opportunity and that all of our schools have some type of consistency with the opportunity and also the experience. So this is like pie in the sky. This is my, to-do list, and I appreciate everyone, everyone's experiences that they've been expressed, and that's my hope for the middle schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Rude?
So from what I've heard from the community, the 6th grade center probably should just be off the table. Nobody seems to like that. I think that, let me see what else. I think it's pretty reasonable to ask that your kids stay in the school once they start there. So anybody coming into a school or is already in a school should, I think it is pretty important for them to be able to finish that school. It's a lot easier to transition when you start than to have to make friends and then move immediately. So being able to stay for the three years in the middle school, I think is important. All of our options have this elementary school goes to this middle school. And just looking at the school map, everything's looks a little gerrymandered already. So if you just draw circles out from the school to make community schools, some schools are only a few blocks apart, some are much further away. So I know it's going to be really complex to put all of that together and get all the right numbers and demographics together and all of that. And so I would very much like for the district could consider some way that you can have soft borders. There's a bunch of reasons I can think of, maybe you have a legacy, you have a parent living, move back their community for a particular school. It'd be sweet if they could send their kid to that school. There might be cultural things, like one school, even though we try to be equitable across all schools, sometimes there's a teacher or a program that happens to just fit a certain set of kids. And, especially as they get older and more aware, they might say, well, I really want to go to West because the technical vocational is excellent there and I want to get into the wood shop there. Or maybe like their East side at the newspaper at East is amazing and I want to be able to participate in that. So having some flexibility in there, I think would be good for students and families. So thinking about some sort of like soft border or maybe a process where you could still petition and maybe there's not a lottery, but maybe there's still some, like, if there are empty slots, can they petition to change their school or something like that? I think that a lot of the discontent in the community has to do, in terms of like the placing of the elementary schools, have to do with the seeming rigidity in what's been presented, in the fact that like everybody feels kind of locked in, and they may have very good reasons to want to do one thing or another. So just, is there a way to make it kind of a process where there's some feedback and flexibility? And I guess though, sorry, I'm starting to ramble now because I had a grant due on Monday, so I worked from 1 p.m. on Sunday until 5 p.m. on Monday. And so my brain's not right. That's another reason kids need more sleep in the morning. Sleep really does mess you up, or not getting sleep messes you up. See? All right, I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Stern?
So my melatonin has also already kicked in. It's past 9. I think mine starts at 7:30. But I'm going to try to say a bunch of things, and I may be a little bit of an outlier on a few of them, but I have read everything. I was at the one town hall. I watched the other town hall. I do feel like I've had taken a lot of time to consider this and a lot of discussions. So first and foremost, I would be shocked if this does not get decided tonight. Maybe it won't, but I just think, we started this because there were 2 reasons. Some of our school boundaries don't make sense, and we want to make more logical sense of our elementary schools. And we also thought it was very stressful for 4th and 5th graders to have to wait to see if they got randomly selected to go to a school of choice. It's just so much pressure on these kids. It's not healthy. And we heard that feedback even recently. And that was exactly why we wanted to do this. So in, social emotional learning, our kids' mental health is really important. I don't think we should move our kids who are currently in their in their middle schools. Those kids who start 6th grade next year, I believe, should stay put, finish out their years. And the new kids coming in with the new plan, they will then be the kids who go to the new plan. So I feel strongly about that. With actually including the special ed kids who, from what I learned from the town hall when I listened to it, which I hadn't really thought about, was those kids might have different programs. So they may need a staggered change to these programs in terms of where the programs are. That might take longer time to maybe a little extra time. But that's important for those kids as well. Transitions are especially hard for kids with special needs, and for the staff and the kids, it's important for them to have time to get to know one another. I think 6th grade centers, we're just not the right town or not the right time and not the right district to consider that. So I would say take that off the table at this point. And again, having listened to the town hall on special ed, I think in an ideal world, I would definitely want to have every program at every school, but I also don't think that's necessarily feasible, because we have to think about all angles of our staffing and our budget as well. And also the topic that there are some classes that across the entire district, there may only be 3 or 4 kids who need a specific classroom. And if we do each of those classrooms over 3 middle schools, we're going to have 1 kid in that class. So I just it would be lovely and ideal. And this is as a parent of a kid with special needs who's chose their middle school based on the program that was at that middle school, my own kid. is my own personal experience, but I'll just say, I think we have to be very pragmatic about that piece so that we really are serving our kids, so that we make sure we have enough special ed programs and teachers and good programs. That said, I would really prioritize making sure if a kid is, I don't think it's great for those kids to have to be bused 30 to 40 minutes of a ride all the way across town for a special program. I'd rather see that special, if there's only 1 or 2 of those classrooms, I'd rather see them in a more local school for that kid, so they're not spending all that time. Elementary reconfiguration, it's on the table anyway to be completed around the same timeline, so could we please have a look at what that might look like? I understand that, we're not gonna have drastically different neighborhoods and schools, but I think it's important to consider it. I also want to say, I understand what you're saying, Dr. Rude, and I, in theory, I agree with you. It's nice when we're flexible and we're, giving parents and kids more options, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of kids that live where they live and families live where they live, and they go to the school that's there and available to them. And we really have 19 really good schools. So I think we can provide a lot of that. It's interesting because we got a bunch of emails from families who said, don't split up our school. Don't tell us which schools our kids could go to middle schools, but please give us the choice to choose 2 different middle schools. And I don't understand if either way the kids are getting split. So I don't really understand the thought process with that. But at the end of the day, I mean, look, the buck stops with us. We have to make some hard choices. And I just think, like, for me, my priorities are the ones I've stated. I also think having a balance of students from a balance of backgrounds, a variety of backgrounds, is some of the best ways for our kids to grow and develop. And I am fully in support of having that kind of choice, looking at those kinds of options. And, the topic of equity and balance in our student body. So those are my main pieces. I know, Mrs. Friedel, I've heard some from you that I'm assuming you'll bring up, so I'll stop there.
Go ahead, Dr. Rude.
So I just want to kind of clarify, because maybe I was getting too rambly. Like, I know that we have to choose feeder schools so elementary linking up to a middle school, and I support that. I don't think there's any other way really to do it. But I think it would just be nice to have some sort of process in place, like, so that there is, a mechanism by which, if it's a real problem for the student or the parent, that there's an ability to make choice. I think that would help a lot with just whatever. Thanks.
Are there any other board members who want to share your thoughts?
Okay.
Ms. Arroyo?
So I'm in agreement in the sense that I'm not completely comfortable with the idea of a 6th grade center. So that, for me, I would just not even consider moving forward. Now it's just really looking at the other options. I'm at that point. But then timeline wise, because we did update the policy to end the Rosa lottery for next year, right? Ben, I have that right? Right?
Yes, so
This is the last year, right? So if we don't come to a decision on this soon, we would have to tonight. Is that tonight? No, I can't make a decision tonight. So I'm not, if you're asking me, I'm not going to be able to. Okay, so great. But we have to then choose from those other options.
So what we are doing right now is we are providing Mrs. Wethington and her committee with where we are landing. So far, overwhelmingly, the board who has spoken has said no 6th grade center. So they can stop looking at the 6th grade center.
Okay.
They're now listening to us as well. And I don't want to say that because not everybody has weighed in, but the majority so far has said no 6th grade center. So now people are also giving feedback about, do you want the students who are there to be able to finish their seventh, eighth, sixth, seventh,
Yeah,
and
so
eighth, right?
that
So
is
they need to
definitely-
know that as well. And then if there's any feedback to how they are selecting schools or neighborhoods, so that when they come to us, Mrs. Wethington, do we have a date? I would think we'd want to do it in the next couple of months with what the final recommendation or Dr. Malash's recommendation to the board that we will at that point
Okay,
vote on.
thank you.
Yes.
I don't know if we've come up with a timeline, but I mean, it's got to be soon.
Yeah, so that's all that timeline is really important because I don't want to be pushed to make a decision when we're not there yet. And I am appreciating all the feedback from community because that's what got us to this point right now. So, yeah. And then I do agree that the kids that start there should stay there. Finding a way to do that. I'm not sure how possible that is, but whatever we could do to make that happen. And then thank you, Miss Mallory, with the presentation, just updating us on the additional information from the town hall.
Let me just break in to remind everyone that we do expect compliance on everyone wearing a mask in the room. And that's over your mouth and your nose. It's a really important discussion. I think a lot of people have probably tuned in for about 4 hours to hear it. I'd really prefer not to have to recess again, but as you may recall, I will. So please, if you're not fully wearing a mask, please do it. That would be lovely. And with that, I will turn it back for the moment to Ms. Friedel and Ms. Arroyo.
Mrs. Tong?
Thank you, Ms. Fidel. I have looked through all the options like everybody mentioned. I guess the sixth grade center is out. And then the other one is maximum and also dividing between the two schools, which the two?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Tong, can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. The other one is about splitting the two schools between the north and south of, I don't know which school, but it's north and south of something. Barton? No. Cooper?
Clara Barton.
Barton? Okay. I think that is not a good option either, from my opinion. And then look at the third option. It seemed to fit the numbers of students in each of the between the limits and not over the crowd. And also the last thing I want is to make sure the sixth graders finish up to eighth grade. And I think that's all I have my input. So from my understanding, the third option is probably the best fit, but of course, we can always discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I have a few comments as well, and then if anyone else wants to finish, we will. So again, okay. I don't think the sixth grade center is a feasible opportunity at this time. I'm not going to go into the reasons. I think everybody has already said it, but I don't support the sixth grade idea. I think that it's really important that while the administration and your committee is coming up with the recommendations of who goes to which school, I do think the neighborhoods have to be looked at, because if elementary reconfiguration is going to happen, it doesn't make sense if, I'm just making this up because it's not even an option, but to say, well, Thomas Paine is going to go to, or the kids who go to Thomas Paine are going to go to Carusi, but then in the middle of it, well, this neighborhood's not going to Thomas Paine anymore. It's going somewhere else, which would now become Rosa. Bad example, but I think you get my idea. So I do think it's important to kind of be concurrently thinking about neighborhoods. So if there's an opportunity where, I'm going to use Barclay because to me it just makes the most sense. If there's a section of Barclay that is closer to Johnson and we've heard from the families at night that night is overcrowded. So if there's a possibility that night is going to be moved anyway, then let's look at that, because if night is going to be split and it's going to be part at Johnson and Johnson is Rosa, then I think we just need to kind of be thinking these big pictures now. So we're making well-informed decisions. Ms. Mallory, I have one question from your presentation. So you provided the numbers in each of the scenarios. Those overall numbers, don't they include some of the special ed population already? It's just that we don't know exactly how they would pan out.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but depending on the size of the specific program, that's where it would become a concern. And it is difficult to kind of project that. I mean, we do
Mhm.
know typically where our higher numbers are, but again, it's difficult to really say. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The numbers will impact that based on the number of kids in special programs.
Right. And then I think for me, one of the important items to present when you come with the overall recommendation is in some of the options, we have this like Carusi is almost at capacity in one of the options. I'd like to know what that means for class size by each school. So Carusi, I think, is the largest school, middle school. So is it still going to have on par? So there may be 1,000 kids at Carusi, but does that keep the class size at 1 to 17 if it's 1 to 17 at Rosa and 1 to 17 at Beck? The only other thing I want to say, because I, like Miriam, and I'm sure like my colleagues who read the comments and the thought exchanges and stuff, every one of our middle schools is a wonderful program. And I really want the community to realize that you're not getting something less or more if you're assigned to Beck or Rosa or Carusi. Each one of them is a high caliber school. And I said it was my last thing, but I will throw one more thing in, and that is, I assume that when we get to this middle school reconfiguration, we will have the same programs. A while ago, we were talked to about the discrepancy with world languages. 2 schools have it in 6th grade, 1 school doesn't have it in 6th grade. That school has 2 years of language arts. That, if not before, but concurrently, the programs will operate equitably. And that's my last comment. And Mrs. Elmore Stratton has her hand up.
I just had a question in terms of what's the exact direction we're saying that the committee is giving to the administration, just so I'm clear. Is it to go back and come back with another final recommendation for us to then make a decision on, but we're saying remove the 6th grade center option?
So what we need to tell the administration is they presented us with 5 options. They need to come with a final recommendation that the board will be voting on. So if the board isn't inclined to support something, they need to know that so that they're not working on a proposal that we're ultimately going to say, no, we're not interested in that.
No, I got that. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly. And then the other thought is everybody is saying that the students should be legacied in to stay where they are. Is that's obviously not accounted for in these numbers. So now they're going to have to go back and also have that in mind as well.
Yeah, I would assume, Mrs. Wethington, that may impact your numbers.
So
you're nodding your head.
Yes, that will impact the numbers.
And I only ask because that's now they're gonna have to dive deeper to make sure that all those students stay where they're supposed to be. That's gonna change the numbers, and then that may not dwindle down to just one option for them. I don't know. I just feel like it's a rabbit hole that's gonna keep going. But I do get where we're saying like one has to be done and one has to be selected though.
Yes, Mrs. Stratton, it is a rabbit hole. It's gonna keep going. The only thing I would add, it's on, hold on. Caitlin's my witness, it was on. Yes, it will be a rabbit hole.
You gotta talk directly into it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Melange. You heard the rabbit hole comment, right? It's a rabbit hole, yes. We're gonna have to talk a little bit about neighborhood. We're using data from Val, and that's data that we have. It's student information. We don't have neighborhood data. Like, that's not collected in the district. So if that is a board value, I need to know that like now, because we would have to pull some additional resources to pull that off.
Wouldn't potentially transportation have some of that information because the bus routes are based on where kids live? So
I'm not-
maybe we have data, it's just in a different location. I don't know.
And the bus routes are based on where children live by school. Right? The bus routes aren't built just based on where they are. It's based on where they live by school to go through. We can certainly go back and take a look at what the organization is of that. To shift, and the committee can certainly, if the board wants the committee to look at it in that direction, they can shift the discussion to looking at neighborhoods, just understanding that looking at neighborhoods is going to be different in terms of what's presented back to the board for configuration than looking at where children attend elementary schools, especially based on the way that our elementary schools are currently configured and how neighborhoods are laid out. The other thing we will want to do, if it's going to be by neighborhood, is to truly get a working definition of what the neighborhoods are that are in Cherry Hill. Because there are neighborhoods proper in terms of what they're referred to, whether it's by us or by emergency services, police and fire. There are neighborhoods and sections that are referred to by members of the community that live there, which could be different depending upon what generation they grew up through. So we can do it. It's just as a matter of clarifying, where it is. And then there's a time factor. The other thing that I will just say with the committee, with the work, that there is a time reality, and there does have to be time for them to be able to do it, just because this is a very time-consuming task in order to do the analytics to go through, and they've all got full-time jobs at the same time.
I think that's kind of where my thinking is like, this is we can keep asking, but it's going to just put more and more that there's only so much detail we can keep on looking at, because it's just going to add another level and level and level of what if. And then I guess my thought for us as board members is, if we just remember to be cognizant of, we said we wanted to be working toward equity, moving in equitable spaces, but with that, then we can't also be complacent and say we want things to stay the same. So we have to all be prepared for some sort of change. But I totally understand everybody's sentiments, but just the only thing that's going to be consistent is that we're going to keep changing as we keep saying we want to strive towards our board goals.
Thank you. And I just think the other piece that we have to be aware of is that when the work gets presented to us, some of these things may not work number-wise and things. I mean, and that's just the reality of numbers. So I think that's important to keep in mind also. I see Mr. Avadia.
Thank you. I just wanted to say two things. One, I believe you can look at, I believe there is a way where you could look at neighborhoods where a split is inevitable. If you have to split an elementary school, we don't want to, but you're right, math is math. If we have to, that we could at least go back to that basis. I think, I guess to Dr. Malash's point, having a totally neighborhood centered, like in one sense, that's where elementary school redistricting is supposed to come in, which is on your agenda for next month. The second thing, though, it's kind of to Ms. Elmore Stratton's point, when we set off on this journey, equity was, it's in Ms. Mallory's presentation, it's like the second slide. It was that central piece to it. And that means, to me, that you won't just take bubbles geographically from each school. You want to look at the diversity that makes this township great within our school communities as well. And that is a complexity to this. I don't think it's a complexity necessarily for tonight, but I'm not looking, at least as one of 9 board members, I'm not looking for something that's just bubbles from geography. I'm looking for something that says, that we are, creating diversity within our school communities as well. So anyway.
Well, that was part of what their ask of us was before. Like, we have to make sure we clearly outline what our priorities are. So let's just focus, get it back together. We're outlining, Kim outlined the things that we had. Let's stick to the conversation, because the next month's agenda, topic is the elementary school. So right now, we just need to make clear of those three things that Kim outlined.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just, Rosie, Mrs. Arroyo, I think you have brought it up before, that this is actually, some of these options is gonna push us back into division. And some of these options make it very clear that there's gonna be a whole set of school that's gonna not have any site of diversity that we are trying to strive for or be cognizant of. It's gonna, in fact, just push us all. And I think that's, just me as one board member, this is one of the reasons why I was encouraged by seeing the sixth grade center, because I thought it was an endeavor that would really push the needle for Cherry Hill of looking at each other as a combined community instead of this east-west pocket, Earlton, this, and this and that. But I'm totally with the board in terms of let's take it off and what the community wants. But I just wish everybody would just think about what you're asking for, because making sure that it's in alignment with what we actually said we wanted to do. And we're not just pushing ourselves right back into that pockets of like this person, that person, this person. I guess, I hope I'm making sense.
Mrs. Stern?
I mean, I think one of the topics that has come up in part of that conversation about equity is, there's also some realities that we face by just the simple fact of our neighborhoods and how they are where people live, and whether or not, my preference is not to put kids on buses, which I said earlier, whether kids with special needs or not with special needs, for 45 minutes or an hour, if we can achieve a level of equity without having to go to that degree. And I think there are ways to do that. And I honestly lean more towards our using basis of our current elementary schools. I'm sorry. I lean rather than neighborhood. I lean more towards elementary focused middle schools, simply because a lot of the feedback we've gotten from parents is, and from a lot of students is, I'm fine, I have good friends. I don't want to lose them and split up and go to different schools. Or I don't want to be split up in the middle of my middle school experience when I've already, established friends. So I'm thinking there's a lot of benefit to kids going from an elementary together on to middle school. There's also benefit to the greater pool of kids meeting one another. So, but I think the main thing I just want to clarify, Mrs. Friedel, is, and this is really weighing on me because of, and maybe a lot of us, I don't know, but definitely me. There are parents who are currently having to figure out, do I want to consider putting my child in the last Rosa selection process, which has already begun? And I think Dr. Masha has not begun. It starts soon. Thank you. Okay. The melatonin's messing me up. I would just want to clarify, are we as a board, or do we need to do a straw poll or anything? Are we as a board saying those kids who, these kids this year in middle school, wherever they end up, they're going to stay put? That, are we able to provide those kids and those parents a definitive answer at this point about that particular cohort of that cohort of kids?
So what I'm hearing is that the board would like to see that be implemented. What I think it goes back to is my previous comment, that the numbers have to support it. We have to see what that means, because we can't have a group of sixth graders coming in and a new group of seventh graders. Well, sixth grade will be okay because the sixth graders will now be in seventh grade. But we can't, yeah. So the kids who are in sixth grade, when this starts, will be going into seventh grade. So we can't have schools, particularly, I guess Rosa would probably be the most impacted, is with, well, we have 800, I don't know, how many seventh graders would you typically have? 200, 150, 180?
200, about 200.
Right, plus X more that are still there. And then the school is over capacity. I think that also leads to think about, with the redistricting, would some parents say, well, they started in sixth grade at Rosa, but you know what, their neighborhood friends are at Beck and they want to move to Beck because, you know, I mean, I don't know if that would be an option, which is kind of that choice that Dr. Rude brought up. But I think we can tell them that we would like to see this happen, but I don't know that tonight we can direct the board, I mean, direct the administration to say, make this happen if it just logistically can't.
So I guess a follow-up to that is when is the closing of the selection process? Again, I'm just trying to make sure that students and their parents have, you know, have a clear sense of where we're at. If it's going to take another month to get there, which is fine, you know, but if we need that, when is the selection process finish? When is that kind of close? What date?
Mrs. Wethington, are you looking that date up?
Yes. Dr. Malash, if I was wrong in my comments, please, please correct me.
No, I mean, Ms. Friedel, you know, and I think you summarized, you know, what we've heard from you and your peers on the board, you know, with the direction that'll go back to Mrs. Wethington and to us, you know, the committee, that to stop considering, don't do any work on a sixth grade center. There is a question that we will look at, you know, with what does enrollment look like, depending upon what the options are. The only thing I would ask is, you know, what we haven't heard were, there any of the other options that you wanted them to pursue, or do you want them to start fresh? Is there, you know what I mean? Like, what's that next piece? You know, we've heard about time on buses. We've heard about equity and diversity, you know, which a couple people brought us back to was part of the original discussion, you know, when we went through, you know, and there's also, as a school district, you know, one of the things that we have to consider if we are going to realign where the schools are, is we cannot set up schools that are substantially segregated in the community. Ultimately, that will not, you know, first of all, administratively, we wouldn't recommend that. And then we don't believe that it would pass muster with the Department of Ed ultimately when a complaint is filed.
And if I recall correctly, the first presentation slides kind of looked at each option and how that looked in all different types of issues, areas, categories. Okay, so then let's do this.
I'm sorry, can I just get the clarification, bless you, on the date of the closing? And I'm asking because I'm just wondering, again, if we can't be definitive, which maybe we can, and that's okay, what options families are going to have when they're deciding whether or not to put in for the ROSA selection process for this coming year.
But either way, we won't have that until they review the numbers. They have to look at the numbers of how many kids are going to be there total with the incoming kids. We won't have that tonight. They have to come back with a new presentation. So that is, we could say that's our goal. Our goal is to make sure we do our best to make.
Understood.
That's all we could get right now.
Right, tonight I understand. So I'm asking when our next meeting date is, because that's when we're going to have more an understanding of how that would impact it compared with the selection closing date, selection process.
February 25th.
But now, I mean, parents can put in for the ROSA lottery.
Yes.
That doesn't make them if they get called, they don't have, so, you know, if we don't have a decision until March or April, the families aren't locked in to ROSA, so they can apply. And then when we have that answer, they can use that to say, no, we don't want to put my child in, you know, if we're not able to let them all stay, you know, through, or we say, yes, look, you know, Mrs. Wethington comes back and says, yes, we can do this. And then they accept. So I don't think that entering the lottery is the issue. It's when it's that acceptance piece, which when does that occur? Not until later, right?
That would be March 11th.
Okay, but even if they accept, they can change their acceptance. They're not locked into it, correct? That's how you get, or are they locked in?
Well, by policy, we ask families, and this is something that the board at the time changed the policy, and we asked parents to commit to 3 years. You know, that if they did accept the opportunity for their child to attend ROSA, that they would commit to their children being there. Certainly, we look at every case as an individual. Should there be concern, a question, or an issue about where that is? But I think there's clarity in the board indicating that that would be the ideal, would be to have children finish at whichever middle school they start sixth grade, that's where they have the opportunity to complete it. We have a meeting on the 22nd. We have a meeting on March the 8th would be the next work session meeting. So we should be able to have some additional information. It certainly won't be finalized by March the 8th for sure, but some additional information for discussion by that meeting.
So then, in the sake of time, Dr. Malash did raise a good point. Are there any of the options that that speak to you that you would like the committee to look at? For me, I'll just say I like options that don't split schools. I'm still traumatized by the split of Earlton School way back in, I don't even know what year it is because I don't want to date myself. But I think that if we have an option that doesn't split schools, I do think that's better for children.
And I guess my only piece is that I know we've heard from a lot of night parents, and we've heard parents from Russell Knight say, this is the whitest school we have. And I think, many of those kids, they're districted to Carusi, and I think that helps bring equity. And so I'm in favor of, even though I understand in terms of the proximity to Rosa for many of those parents, and that's a bit of a challenge to overcome, but I think, it brings balance to our schools to have that. That's what our goal is, equity. So our main goal.
All right, Mrs. Tong.
Yes, since we're distributing the elementary school and I guess soon, is there any way we should do I'm just suggesting that maybe we should do the elementary, then go to the middle school and we distribute the middle school. Otherwise, we start the middle school and then end up the elementary school will be somehow, when we got the numbers, everything's gonna be the way we look into it. You start with I guess the right way to do it, I think, for my personal reason, is elementary school, then the middle school. Otherwise, going backward.
Thank you. I
like option 3.
Okay, Mrs. Arroyo.
Oh, I thought, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Avadia.
Yeah, look, I want to respect administration that recommended 5, but I think there's plenty of iteration to be done. I concur with Mr. Friedel that not splitting schools is good. I like kind of where they were headed with 5. I think look, we could probably get somewhere on the 22nd. I do have to say though, for Mrs. Tom, I do think we have to start somewhere, and I just wouldn't want to restart this process for elementary school. I know people say it, but I haven't seen sort of the compelling reason to do it. So I would like to see what progress we could make here.
Mr. Arroyo.
So I'm okay if we continue to look into option 3 and 5. I'll add that one.
Dr. Rude, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Options 3 and 5, I concur. Those look like the best two. Not splitting elementary schools, I understand the emotional impact of that, but I also kind of see what Sally's saying, right? Like just looking at the elementary school map, Woodcrest is, the sending areas are split by Hart and Johnson. Kilmer's not even in its own sending area. And there's a pocket of Kilmer that's within the Payne sending area. So there's already a lot of some weird stuff there. And honestly, I don't, it must be such a hard task to take this and to, not only get all of where the kids actually live to their schools, but then to like include equity and diversity and to like, I don't envy you at all, but I'll say options in 3 and 5 look pretty decent.
Thank you. Ms. Fleischer.
Thank you. I believe my number one priority actually is not splitting a school. I agree with Mrs. Friedel. I'm not sure that comes out to really options 2 and 3 primarily, but I'm open to any other way that it's worked out. But my first priority is not splitting a school. I think it does a disservice to the school that's split. And it's looked at in a different way for kids coming in. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Mrs. Wethington, does this give you enough information to move forward?
Yes, this is excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on through the rest of the agenda. So discussion item that is on the agenda this evening, and we will be voting on it when we get to the action section, correct, Mrs. Wethington?
Yes, you will. It's on for
Okay.
special action.
So we are being asked in a little while to waive regulation 2340 field trips. What this has to do with is the DECA competition in Atlantic City, which has students out of school for 2.5 days. So that is, I guess, contradictory to the policy. So this is an annual and staying over. So this is something that we do every year. So this pretty much comes up every year. So just so everybody's aware, we will be voting. Are there any comments or questions about that? Nope. Okay. I'm just making sure. Okay. P&L calendar review. So Mrs. Wethington, I believe we do this every year as well, right? There are 3 policies related to the budget.
Yes, budget preparation talks about the board's role in budget prep. Budget hearing is the budget hearing that's required by the statute. And then the financial objectives is the district has to follow Department of Education accounting principles.
Right. And this is coming up now because I believe it's February 22nd is when the budget address will be by Governor Murphy. Within 2 days, Ms. Sugars, you receive our budget numbers, and we are going to all be saying whatever we need to say that we see really good numbers. And then we go forward with the hearing, the public hearing, and the vote to submit.
So it's a 2-step process. There's the first initial submission that has to be done before March 21st, and then the public hearing has to occur between April 24th and May 7th.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Also on the agenda tonight was the first reading of the sick leave bank. Are there any comments or questions regarding that policy? Okay, there will be a second reading as well. We also have the second reading this evening that was reviewed in January, the special education independent educational evaluations. Any questions? Okay. You were also provided with a list of Strauss SMA policy updates. I want to just see if there's any questions, administration of school surveys, bias crimes and bias related acts, anti-hazing, high school graduation, political activities, student assessments, additional compensatory special education and related services, prevention and treatment of sports related concussions, and student survey analysis, evaluations, examination, testing, or treatment. I don't know, could we speak to a minute, Ms. Mallory or Ms. Wethington, about additional compensatory special ed and related services?
That just codifies what we're already doing as far as comp ed. Our teams have been having those meetings with parents and with families. So we're currently practicing what's going to be in that new policy.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions on the Strauss SMA policies? Okay. The Senate and Assembly were very busy. There are multiple laws, bills that were signed into legislation related to education. Mallory law was revised. There are several issues with student report cards that are going to have to identify mental health. I believe there's also one with demographic breakdowns for disciplinary actions. I assume this will probably be in the student school report cards is where that will show. And that doesn't start until September 2022, 23. Okay. I don't know if anybody has any questions on any of the legislation.
I just have one question or comment. Just very happy about the Senate bill number 3685 that permits teachers and professionals who have been retired to return for up to 2 years to employment. And I was wondering, Dr. Malash, have we had people interested in that?
We've been actively trying to reach out to some folks for some of the positions. We have not yet secured anybody with that. So, we're definitely looking for people and talking to folks, but have not yet confirmed everybody. I know that Miss Adrian, we're still looking at some additional guidelines coming from the state about what it looks like. So not yet, but we're hoping. So if anybody's watching, Nancy Adrian's email, reach out.
Okay, and I believe that brings us to the end of the P&L agenda. So if there are no other questions, Mr. Avadia, I will pass it back to you.
All right, thanks. I turn it over to Mrs. Tong.
Thank you, Mr. Varia. I'm just going to update the information that Dr. Malash will update the strategic vision goal from 2 years ago on February the 22nd. And then number two, our fair funding, Miss Lori Deitch will be here to present on March the 8th about the fair funding or how do we should work on that. Number three, I want to turn this over to Miss Lynn Sugar or Miss Sugar to give us more details about project application submission updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tong. Just a very brief update since we have at this point gotten over kind of one of the hurdles of bond referendum. Very, very pleased to be in this position. We approved our project applications. Now we actually have to get through the process of getting them together, all the documentation together and get them submitted to the state. So I spoke to Mr. Garrison last week. And we expect all of the projects to be submitted by March of 2022. He's going over all the numbers right now. I know he wants to meet with some principals just to finalize a few things. And so we're setting up those meetings. He's going to submit the applications in groups. He's going to start with the 6 elementary schools that don't have any all-purpose room additions. And then he'll get into the more complicated applications after that. And he expects the first round to be submitted within the next 2 weeks. All of the signatures, which when we had done the bond referendum for 2018, had to be hand signed. Now he could do it electronically. So Dr. Malash and Mr. Avadia, your signing hands will be happy about that. Yeah, so we're excited to be moving forward with that process, and I will keep you posted as we are submitting applications to the state. One good thing is that a lot of the work that is in these applications has already been submitted, during the last round of bond referendum. So we're hoping that the application approval process is not as lengthy as it was last time. The other thing is that we also have to do an update to our long-range facilities plan, and I know that that's in process right now.
Does anybody have any good questions or? Anybody? Nope. All right then. Thank you. Turn this over to Mr. Benavalia.
Thank you. Thanks, Mrs. Tong. All right, well, brings us to our special action agenda. Okay, so I think personally, it would be great to do this as a consent agenda. Are other people on the board okay with that? Yes, okay. So I got Dr. Root as a second and we all seem to be, okay. Now, before we move to Mrs. Sugars, are there any questions or comments about any of the items within this consent agenda? Okay. Let's start over. I move that we do the consent agenda. Dr. Root, to approve items 18 to 21. All right. Do I have amongst this group a second? I'm going to try it, Mrs. Fleischer. Okay. Now what? Okay, now, any questions, comments, potentially diatribes? Anybody have something to contribute at this juncture that they feel? Okay, well, seeing none, I will turn to Mrs. Sugars.
Okay, board members, I have opened up the online voting so that you can cast your votes. If you have any abstentions or no votes, if you could please give me the item number, I will so note it. Okay, it appears we have a unanimous yes vote.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Sugars. Now, at this time, would any board member like to bring forward new business? Dr. Root.
If we're gonna keep doing these marathon meetings, then can we get a basketball in like a 10-minute break? That's it. Let's get that on the agenda.
Would you like to do a straw poll or? Okay. Anyone else have new business? All right, moving on to old business. And next meeting, the basketball hoop will be old business, just FYI. Mrs. Fleischer, was that you? Any old business? All right. Seeing none, we will turn to second public comment. Now, second public comment has a variety of options. Actually, anything is an option. You've got 3 minutes. We still would like, however, your name and municipality before you start your comments. And we look forward to, okay, so anyone in, let me see if there are any students. Not that I've identified, so. Okay, anyone in the crowd? Yeah. Yes, if you'd like to make a public comment, yep, we start with the audience, so you are more than welcome. Please come down.
It's just difficult hearing you back. It's difficult to hear you all back there, so I do apologize. Good evening, Nicole Nance. Do I have to give my address with these? Oh, okay, great.
Municipality only.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to check. Okay. I have just a couple of questions. Can you all hear me? I have a few questions and then a comment. And I have them typed out. If you cannot answer them tonight, which you probably cannot, and that's okay. When it's on the ESSER funds, when did you receive the ESSER funds? How have the ESSER funds been spent? And we know that the ESSER funds were distributed. ESSER 1 distribution was 3.4 million, ESSER 2, 1 million, ESSER 3, 8.9 million, for a total of 13.3 million. Are the details of the ESSER funds contract allowed to be posted on your website with a copy of the signed contract? Does the ESSER fund contract obligate you all to put vaccination clinics in the schools? Does the ESSER fund contract obligate you to provide mental health providers? These are questions that I do have. I'm not sure if you got them all. I'm sure this is being videoed or recorded. You could go back and listen to them, but I would like those questions answered. And to earlier, I would also like to know, where is it stated publicly or on the board, on the website, that if masks are not covering the mouth and the nose, that the Board of Education can call a recess. So these are things that I would like the answer to. Thank you, and here they are.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the line, and LN is first.
Yes, hi, Laurie Neary, Cherry Hill. And at the risk of being one more voice to be heard, I wanted to speak on the high school start times. Just to note, to be clear, I have students at all levels. So I'm in the unique position and we'll have them at all levels for the next several years. I want to call out some concerns, that we are compromising one population for another when we're thinking of our special needs students and moving the elementary start times further back, that we could have, 6-year-olds on buses from one side of the town to the other around 4:30, 5 o'clock in early rush, and what that looks like. And then when they get home with their families, when you think about a special needs student, you have decompression time, you have meltdowns, and we're now putting that in a family's dinner hour. What does that look like for them? I know it may not sound popular, but I do think we need to think about it. As well as homework. I think Ms. Friedel brought that up. It's an important thing at the elementary level. Are we going to maybe discuss then not doing homework at the elementary level? When does that fit in when you're pushing them getting home so late in the afternoon? It does matter. And again, I'm speaking with a high schooler now and needing their sleep. And those changes and immense changes at the middle school level. So I know like the shock and awe and just pull the plug, but please keep that in mind when you're looking at this and the need to do it. As Dr. Morton suggested, districts that have done it were regional high school districts, not necessarily districts of our size and makeup. And also something that you may want to think about and look at very honestly and take a hard look. I didn't hear a lot of students from West speaking on this, or a lot of families, and they could be very disparately impacted. The cost of SAC for the extra half hour. What does it look like? Is there a reason they didn't speak this evening? Are they working? So please be mindful of the impacts to some of our marginalized populations. It really matters. And I know not to be curt or, that extra voice to be heard, but it is important when you're making such a big decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to come back to our in-person forum. Please.
Yes, good evening. Patricia Klein is my name. And I want to also talk about the ESSER, but I want to talk about some other things, including the ESSER. And a lot of people don't know that the ESSER is the elementary and secondary emergency relief. I heard someone mention about a summer program using the ESSER funds. So I'm asking the question, is it for an emergency relief? I also have dates that it says May 2020, you received, as Nicole Nance stated, $3.4 million. That was ESSER 1. ESSER 2, in December the 1st, 2020, you received another $1 million. These are federal funds. And ESSER 3, March the 1st, 2021, you received $8.9 million. So you have received over $13 million of taxpayers' money, federal funds, for an emergency relief. And I think we are entitled, because it is federal funds, it's our money, to know what happened or how you are spending the $13 million. Let me say that again, 13 million, a lot of money. I can't imagine you can't have a program that ends at 6 o'clock, but has to end at 1, $13 million. Also, Governor Murphy made a statement on yesterday, and the statement said that he was going to relieve the mandate of the mask on March the 7th. But on CNN, he was asked some questions. Have you seen data that definitely proves that these mask mandates have worked? Murphy then failed to cite any data showing his state. We are one of 11 states. That means 39 other states, no mask mandate. Have you he was failed to cite any data showing his state fared better when compared to other states that do not have mask mandates. We didn't do better. New Jersey with a mask mandate. So I'm challenging you this evening to come up with a resolution to eliminate the mask mandate, pass it tonight, to eliminate the mask mandate and make it optional. We didn't fare any better than states that did not require the mask mandate. And that was on CNN yesterday. Resolution tonight to get rid of the mask mandate and make it optional for the students. That's what I challenge you as a taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to the line. Ms. Bevid.
Thank you, Carolina Bevid, Cherry Hill. I apologize, my comment isn't written out tonight. I just am commenting on some notes that I was taking, listening to tonight's discussion. I am curious why the Rosa Lottery was announced that it would be canceled without a plan in place on what's going to replace it, while kids are still expected to enter into it. I know that Mr. Ovadia said he doesn't understand why we would start with redistricting elementary schools first, but Mrs. Tong said it makes good sense, and I agree. If you start with elementary school, you can then sunset the middle school students out of middle school. No one has to switch schools, and then you're, slowly making the change into middle school. No one's really disrupted. Furthermore, the diversity conversation, I feel like it really unnecessarily complicates things. Like, we all live in Cherry Hill. We live in a diverse place. Mrs. Stern mentioned neighborhoods are what they are. And I like Dr. Rood's idea of the soft boundaries, giving people some choice while having a boundary in place that isn't completely rigid, can help, create some diversity without these machinations. I mean, everyone ends up at one of two schools. We're all mixed together eventually. And then I wanted to say that I hope the bond planning process from here is done with a little more intention. We're starting from the bottom up, not the middle, and then branching out and coming up with all these problems. I'm thinking like specifying projects, getting feedback on those projects, deciding from there what to go on, like how much will it finally cost, just like starting from the bottom and working your way up. And then finally, other districts are doing away with some of the more stringent COVID rules. So, like the commenter before mentioned, Murphy is lifting the mandate. I know that quarantine is going to be like a big question, but there are districts in New Jersey prioritizing in-person education. They are eliminating these quarantines. They're just saying, if you're sick, stay home. When you're healthy, come back. That would make mask choice a lot easier. It is something that parents do want, and kids want it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen in the audience, you've been very patient.
Sorry about earlier. This is Bob Perone. And I guess I was mostly coming here to try to understand the priorities of the redistricting, and this conversation has been very enlightening, so I appreciate all the conversation. I guess what I'm trying to still understand, though, is we talk about equity, and we have one comment saying how we have 18 excellent schools, and another comment saying, well, we need to send some of these kids from this school to that school, and I don't see how that creates equity when all the schools have the same curriculum, excellent teachers, and all that stuff. So that was my big point. And also, especially now that we've eliminated option 4, if we do want diversity from a standpoint of exposing these children to a larger worldview and more races and socioeconomic backgrounds. I just have to recognize that Beck is, I think, 39% children of color in all 4 of the remaining options right now. So that's what I was just trying to understand the priorities. Is it exposing children? Is it test scores? I mean, it'd be nice for someone to go on record and say that that's not what it is, but read between the lines. And so, yeah, I just was trying to hopefully get a better understanding of the priorities and how this creates equity instead of, the current situation. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm being a bad host. I should be reminding people to say their name and municipality first. It's a formality, but it's a blind spot. So people who are smarter than I are reminding me. So please, your name and municipality just gives us just a flavor. I'm not you specifically. It's my fault. It's my fault. But if you want to share your municipality, we'll take it.
I live in Barclay and Cherry Hill.
All right, wonderful. All right, next on the line, we have Dr. Podowitz.
Hello, my name is Jeff Podowitz, or just you say Jeff Podowitz. I live in Cherry Hill. I'm actually referring to something I said to all the school board members about John Tremble, and he used the term passing the buck when he talked in 2010. That passing the buck from to our community. It started in 1990. It continued through 2010 when John Tremble spoke, and continues today. Let's talk about most recent example of the state passing the buck to us. November 2018, there was an election for a bond. It was $500 million. It was voted on election day by the public at large, and the money was to go, and a large part of the money was go to an expansion of career and technical education, labs and classrooms at county vocational schools and community colleges. The money, about 75% of the cost at county vocational schools of projects were going to be paid by this bond, and another 25% of the cost we paid would be locally. No, technology-driven career programs are expensive, and investing in facilities and a county-wide service for both high school and adult students saves local tax dollars. It's going to save us money. That's one of the reasons why people pass the bond. However, in Cherry Hill, that's not going to happen. All right. In Cherry Hill, we would use our local tax dollars to save the state and quite possibly other communities in Camden County money. No, we signed up for building capacity for career pathways in compressive schools cohort 2, and the state's going to give us $75,000 a year for 4 years, and then the programs will continue, and they'll be expensive programs. Note, stay-at aid to Camden County Community Vocational School is $9,500 per student more than we received. All right? That is a large per pupil savings for the state when we're doing this, when we're creating our own vocational schools and paying money towards that. If only 50 students are enrolled in a program, we're going to be saving the state $470,000 a year. And our local tax dollars will still be going to the Camden County Vocational School, but other communities will enjoy the benefits and the tax savings.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Podowitz. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rick Short, 1002 Chelton Parkway. First off, I want to thank Dr. Malash and the teachers and the nurses. Amazing stuff this year. 308 cases in 1 week, and you stayed open. Really good job, guys. I give you all. Dr. Morton, who's left, but great job with the timing. I was part of that adjunct committee as a school parent. Tonight's topic is the scary world of censorship of words. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are certain words that are not to be said, supposedly. Words like stupid. Well, guess what? President Carter said stupid in 2010 when he called the Supreme Court stupid. Also, President Clinton has said this. Also, President Obama has said this. Ladies and gentlemen, your redistricting idea is a sad, stupid idea, especially in the middle of a pandemic. This idea that equity is the cure to all causes is outrageously stupid because it discriminates. And it's so sad to watch you guys ponder and figure out the best way to distribute equity. I cannot believe a board member would say tonight that Russell Knight is too white. That is unbelievably racist to me. Also, what if I were to say that, oh, Kingston is too black and brown? Is that racist? This is absurd. This quest for equity always discriminates. It's not the way to go. Again, Dr. Greason makes these racist statements, and all 9 of you know it. He tweets out that people that don't agree with him are white supremacists. Really, that's racist too. We teach in our schools about white supremacy to our kids. Guess what? That's racist too. What version of Black Lives Matter are we teaching our children? Are we teaching them the Cherry Hill version? The one that I went to, the protest? I didn't see anyone else here at the Black Lives Matter protest in Cherry Hill. Or are we teaching them the national version of Black Lives Matter? The version that these people that organize Black Lives Matter want to destroy America? These are the things we're teaching our children? You gotta be joking me. And then on top of that, you continue to stupidly ignore the $1 million bond that I can prove mathematically, through videos, through everything else. So it's a sad story to just teach more and more racism. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to remind everyone in attendance tonight and whoever's hung on for, I don't know, 5 hours, 5.5 perhaps, that our expectation really is that all in attendance will practice the utmost respect. It's what we ask our children. We're here to support them. Honestly, we're not, we'd like to do well by the adults. It's much more important we do well by the students. And respect is key. I mean, look, maybe I'm the stupidest of all, but at the same time, write an email. To do it in public, it's, I don't know what the point of it is, but it's not respectful. We've been here a long time trying to do the best for our kids in town. And so, it's just not something additional we need. Thank you for your comments. On the line, we'll go to Ann Einhorn.
Ann Einhorn, Cherry Hill. So I'd like to start with the discussion on late start times. I think it was a great presentation by the students, but I do have some concerns or perhaps questions that don't necessarily need to be answered, but I would like to raise them. Are there any contractual issues should you decide to start at a later time? Can any of the high schools support all the students for one lunch period? There's definitely going to be a transportation issue, considering that, if I'm not mistaken, the bids are already out for the oncoming school year of 2022 to 2023. Are there any budgetary implications? And how about the after-school activities that involve other schools? The only way I see that this could be a feasible idea is if you go back to eliminating 30 minutes of the academic instructional day. It was changed by a prior superintendent at their recommendation. But the only way I see it really working so that the high school students can start later is to reduce the academic day by 30 minutes, which Cherry Hill has always prided itself on. I would like to talk about middle school redistricting. You need to start at the elementary school level. We need to keep our community schools. I do not know about the issue with one particular school that may be split between 2 elementary schools. I do that most of the schools on the west side of town are overcrowded. So I prefer to go to a geographical redistricting and give the schools the support that they need to support the students. And I forgot one thing about, oh, forget it, it's so late. I'm in worse shape than the rest of you sitting on the board. I'm glad to see that we can move forward with the first priorities with Mr. Garrison. I'm glad to see that that's a pretty quick response. I'm impressed. And I thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on the line to TC Field Bobrowski.
Yes, hi, Teresa TC Field Bobrowski of Cherry Hill. I just wanted to share my comments on the middle school redistricting. And I first want to thank all of you. This discussion tonight regarding middle school redistricting shows that all of you have been listening to the community at the town halls, and I really appreciate it. It's been some enlightening conversation. I've actually had to completely rewrite my comments based on some of the information that has already been discussed. But I just wanted to mention that last night was Rosa Middle School's information session, and the Rosa principal did guarantee to the parents who were on that call that this body would be able to tell parents and students if they could stay in the school where they start prior to the deadline of February 25th, not March. Just as this board needs more information before making this decision, we as the fifth grade parents and students are asking for the same courtesy and to be provided all the information that we need to determine if we want to even put our child's name in the hat. Our children have had so many ups and downs over these past 2 years, so many hopes dashed. I would hate to put my son's name in the hat, find out he gets in, find out that he can't finish those 3 years and have to go back and tell him, sorry, buddy, not going to happen. I ask you to ask yourself if you would be okay with putting your student's name in the hat with limited information, and more than likely you wouldn't. I'm just asking for the same courtesy to have that information prior to the 25th, and a few days prior isn't enough time. I would also like to just voice my opinion that I do think that the middle school redistricting is a bit of putting the cart before the horse. And I know a lot of work has gone in to get to where we currently are, and that there does need to be a bit of a compelling argument to turn around. But just tonight alone, it's been clear that a lot more data is needed. And I know that collecting that kind of data is not something that you can collect in 2 weeks. That takes weeks to compile and to present. And in fact, some of the information tonight was also in regards to how redistricting elementary schools could affect that as well. By not redistricting the middle elementary schools first, we're going to end up right back here where we currently are in a span of a few years. We need to go as we mean to end up. And I hope that that would be enough of a compelling argument. And if not, I would just leave it with an analogy of, if you realize you're going down the wrong road to get somewhere, you don't keep going, you stop, you turn around, even though it takes a little extra time, but it's better than getting lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on the line to Kristen Viglietta.
Hi there. A couple of things on high school start times. Why are the options that were presented tonight following the American Academy of Pediatric recommendations for high school only, but ignoring them for the other 8 years of school? Middle school aged kids make up 33% of teenage years, which is the ages that the American Academy of Pediatrics says should start at 8:30 or later. So why would we have middle school start earlier? Have you spoken with districts who've implemented earlier start times, and what are they noticing? Are kids simply staying up later, or are they in fact getting more sleep? At the elementary level, has the committee thought through what SAC might look like if there are more parents who need to utilize it with later start times? Can we actually hire more staff in a climate that it's extremely hard to hire support staff at all? Can the SAC programs even be expanded so more kids can utilize them? Are special education students who are getting home closer to or after 5 o'clock going to have time for related services and therapies? I know there's the anecdotal situation that high school and middle level students watch elementary school students in the morning or afternoon, but have we actually asked families how frequently this is occurring in the morning and afternoon, and how many families this would actually impact if we moved elementary times earlier? As high school bus runs occur closer to the busier rush hour, it would seem that students would arrive even later than anticipated. Moving on to redistricting middle school. So it has been made clear tonight that the 6th grade center is off the table, but not that kids get to finish where they start. Ms. Stern did suggest doing a straw poll, and that didn't happen. I'm going to go back to what was said at the January 2021 town hall when this was initially discussed, and perhaps the district can look into simply phasing the process in so that kids can finish where they start. That seems to me that it might make the numbers work. And finally, seeing that it's 11:06 p.m., perhaps it really is time to go back to committee meetings now. The length of these meetings is somewhat prohibitive to the community and stakeholder participation on so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to superintendent comments, which I absolutely should do, the issue of committee of the whole, that is something we promised we'd revisit in March, and we will. So just wanted to, for those at home keeping score. Dr. Malash, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Avadi. I do have a couple of things that I can address. Information about the ESSER funds can be found on our website. We do have that information that was on there. There were questions or there were statements made about when money was received. That actually wasn't when money was received in the district. It's when those dollars were allocated, not necessarily when the dollars made it into the district. And those monies need to last over the course of a number of years. So, the accurate acronym, was certainly given, but that is a program that will last over the course of a number of years. Again, I appreciate all the work that went into the discussion, both about middle school redistricting and the school start time, the work of the committees. Thankful to the board for additional guidance in terms of what it is that you are looking for. It gave some additional clarity so the committee can return and go back and provide additional analysis and additional suggestion about next steps. Mr. Avadi, I appreciate your words just about tone and language. The way that we act and that we represent as adults, certainly the children that watch and participate, and we know that we have many children that do, and children from elementary to middle school to high school, who are involved in what goes on. So I appreciate the words that you used this evening. I think that is really it from the public comments, from the second one for sure. I'm thankful to all the kids that spoke tonight. Very articulate, sharing their thoughts and their perspective. Always valuable to hear what they have to say. So I think that's it, Mr. Avadi.
Thank you. I will make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? I'm going to choose Mr. Mayor as his first. Let's get that in the minutes. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. We're adjourned. Thank you.